Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wampleville. Welcome back to Armada Mondays. Welcome back to our fleet of Seri Republic ships. This is actually a video that I just filmed. Put this up on the Patreon page earlier today, just a few hours ago. This was super fun. This is one of the larger ships, a capital ship here. This is a carrier. Some of the other ships that we've done on the stream, ships like this. Like the battle cruiser right here, you can sense the motif of the, not just the colors, but the way these panel lines work. So they were a little bit differently than some of our other ships where, well, that was a bit more rectangular, right, Camden? Different type of panel line. So Cam, did you get a chance to check this thing out here? This was really fun. Well, we both been looking forward to seeing this, haven't we? Been both looking forward to seeing that. And I've got a whole passel of ships. I think I got like 22 ships. Now, I have to say, this is probably going to get reprinted, Camda, 10% bigger-ish, something, maybe not too much bigger, but a little bit bigger. We got some of the other smaller ships now. They may not, obviously they seem somewhat large, but they're obviously not quite as heavy ships, right? Oh, look at this. Here's this is the Sky Claw. And here's our transport. So check this out, Camda. So there's your Sky Claw. Hey there, Paradigm. How you doing? But definitely Paradigm. It definitely does. So there's your Sky Claw ships. I just thought that. Now I'm not gonna be painting this one this stream. I got a couple of these. We'll paint up next week. Paint those up next week. But I just wanted you to see that, Camda. I thought you would really maybe get a little kick-ola out of that. We've got a couple of different ships. That was the heavy cruiser. Got ourselves a light cruiser here. We have ourselves a tanker ship here. The cargo ship, not doing that one tonight. This is again, this is more like a destroyer, like fast attack type of thing. This is a sort of a heavy bomber right here. So, like a heavy fighter, that's an interceptor type of a thing there. Let me just get rid of some. These, I used the spray cans on these, Camda, because I was doing a whole bunch of different chips all at once. Let me get this also out of the way here. Just trying to move some stuffs. Well, we'll start off with the spacescapes like usual. Right, start off with the spacescapes there. Just trying to put this where it's out of the way. Okay, that's good enough. We got a whole bunch of bases here. Here, let me move this. Guy out of here. Okay, there we go. So we're going to be painting some bases to start out with. I don't really have to do too much of the lighter dry brush on these guys. We'll do a little teensy bit, of that. Well, looky who just arrived. Hey there, Zhang. Look at that. We're just about to start. So, Zhang, we were just about to start on our ships here. And I was just showing off this one. I think you rated during one of the later ones, right? Hey there, Greenleaf. Nice to see you. Nice to see you there, Arid. Everybody, please give Zhang a follow if you could. So we're going to be painting up more of these ships in oil. So I think, Zhang, was it this one or was it the transport? I don't know. Was it this one, Zhang, that you rated when we were doing? Obviously, we're going to paint our spacescape bases here in just a second. Look at this, Zhang. Now, I think at that time, I don't know, maybe I was painting the transport. Look at this. So this transport ship, see this right here? That is one of these. So this is a Skyclaw transport, and you see there's 6 of them hanging off of this larger ship. Okay, so the first one. So that was the battle cruiser then. We also have here, there's the battleship, and you can kind of see the motif there. We can kind of take you through the Seri Republic Society. We're going to be doing some of these. We got heavy cruisers, we got tankers, we've got ourselves some destroyers and such. But here is that Republic right here. So you see it in the lower left-hand corner. That's the Seri Republic. That larger ship there is the carrier that we just showed you. And then here's the bird brains, as we call them. So this is that society, again, the Seri Republic. And this is kind of their ethos right here, the 3 thoughts. Now, all about the philosophy of height. And this is something that kind of runs through all tenets of their society. We'll be getting some more images of stuff for sure. that people can see more info about the Seri Republic. Hey there, Paladin, how you doing? Zhang, if you want to share anything in chat, please go ahead now. What we were painting. Oh, let me grab this. It's all the way over here, where I can hardly reach. Okay, there we go. Now I got it. 1 second. So this is what we were painting all last week. Our Battle of Midway observations. Here, let's get this where people can see it. We started out with this. That would be Yorktown. Started out with that. So I know you were talking about that, Shang. Actually, now, did you like it? How was it? Check out this little scene right here. Okay, let's replicate this best as we can. Oh, here it is. Look at this. This never gets old, right, Camda? There we go. Oh, wait. Now we got it. So yeah, we just kind of replicate. It looks like an infinity mirror, doesn't it, Shang? That was that was pretty wild being able to do that. Okay, we'll get you off to the side there. But that was last week. Again, that was our Battle of Midway observations. Why don't we get down to let's do some Spacegate type activity here. And of course, again, Zhang, if you want to share something in the chat, same thing there. Same thing, Irid. If you want to share some stuff in the chat, please feel like you can do that. I'm glad that it worked out well. Zhang, glad that that worked out well. So again, what we are doing, where did our ship go? We are painting, there we go. We are painting a spacescape like so. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Irid Kenwife just shared. Somewheres around here we got ourselves. Here we are. So think of it as, again, something like this. That's what we're going to be painting on our bases right here. So everybody check out that link that Irid Kenwife just shared. Everybody please give Irid Kenwife a follow. Obviously give Zhang a follow as well. Let's get some more of this out here. We are working with oil paints. Working with oil paints like usual. So Zhang, I now have an entire fleet of these ships basically printed out. Now I'm working on about the next dozen fleets. I think I've got the human fleet is definitely going to be, it's going to be the next one. We'll get started on them.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gumdrop.
Thank you so much, Paladin. Appreciate that follow. So we're doing more of these again, huh? You sure that Gua here didn't build any of these ships? Because, you know, he's kind of looking for me. He's not super excited. He keeps saying that I'm like his, I keep using him as like my personal Uber around Middle-earth. I mean, that's not like true at all. Maybe it is. What's going to happen here for Paladin on our big Gandalf 6? We had a whole bunch of 6s on the last stream. Well, we're getting there. We're halfway there. We got half a 6 for Paladin the Golden Fox. So thanks so much, pal. I appreciate the follow. Okay, I think we got all 40s going. And again, we have different size bases here. Anything that's a 60 mil like this, non-capital ship. 90 mil bases like these, capital ships. And then 30 mil bases are for things like freighters and dropships and very small transports. We got 3 different bases. This kind of indicates the ship's heading and bearing, and then these little labels right here, well, that is so that you can identify either the ship, the task force, or whatever. Kind of important to have those things. Now we're going to get our ultramarine, but maybe a little bit of that. Let's start working again some of this here. We're going to do a little bit of dry brush on the outside. You're basically getting to see this from the get-go here, Zhang. Usually we're part of the way or very much through the process by the time you're able to get a chance to raid. So this should be very interesting. We're going to shove those off to the side. How's about we do a little refresh on this here? Again, just using the oil paints. Just using the oil paints here. Hey, Stulitzer, great to see you back. Happy Tuesday. So Paladin, it's this is what I do for a living. So I'm printing out. Oh, let me see. What is it? Can I got 5 different printers that are printing 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. So it's a bit of an investment. Paladin, it's you have to figure that the like okay, today on Amazon I could get one, I think it's 1 liter of my usual resin for $20. It depends on what you're printing there, Paladin. Now, Loot Studios, they have a tendency to have a really nice kind of hollowing process on theirs. Oh, here we go. Speaking of Loot Studios there, Paladin. So this is a Loot Studios figure right here. See this? So they do a relatively good job of hollowing their stuff. So you actually save a bunch of resin. So yeah, if you're using Loot Studios, you won't have to chow through as much of it, right? So yeah, I would think again if you're using Loot Studios, this here, let's put it this way. This took more resin than this. If you were to put these on a scale, this weighs more than this, and you would think, oh no, this has to weigh more, but this is hollowed out. So again, with Loot Studios, you would not be using quite so much, not quite so much resin there. But yeah, typically, now of course, I wasn't able to get those things going before the stream here, but typically 7 days a week. These are printed in FDM, by the way. So is this. All this stuff made it all myself. Oh yeah, these are my own sculpts, by the way. Oh, and of course we've been also getting into our Celtic goddesses. I don't think. Oh, I do have more again. Here we go. Yeah, we also painted these up the week before. There you go. Now this one, these are not hollow. So this probably took twice as much, maybe 2.5 times as much resin as that other one there, Paladin, that you saw. I got a little bit of freehand on there, so both of these, like this, definitely used more resin because this is not hollow. Because I don't hollow my own stuff. Loot Studios, well, they have many people that can test print it and test print it and test print it. Now this is much larger, but this was printed in FDM, so I can do that with it. You wouldn't be doing that with a resin print now, would you, Shang? I don't think so. But again, this was printed out in FDM right here, so that's why that is quite large. Again, stuff like our plane here. This is also solid, so this took quite a bit of resin right here. And some projects are going to take less. Some are going to take more. Some are going to take, like this one here, this one of Ariadne. Again, this is all solid. Or sorry, this is a brand one here. This took a whole bunch of resin to print that one out. That's another one of my sculpts there. So yeah, Paladin, that was one of the very first, what would you say, miniature whatevers that I joined was Loot Studios. That was one of the very first that I joined. And again, they do really nifty stuff for sure. And again, they've got the miniature version. They got the 72 mil. They got the busts. So that's kind of nice as well. Hey there, Rowan. Nice to see you back. So that's Branwen, the Celtic goddess of love, represented by the swans. That's going to be a multi-part tutorial video. Let me do this again. More of our lighter stuff here. How's about a little starry thing over there? Another starry things over here. Then we're going to do some dry brushy stuff on the bases, too, the outside of the bases there. Another little starry thing there. Another one over here. I think, yeah, we got these 4 bases going. For a second, I thought we had 5. We just got the 4 going here. Now we're going to take ourselves another one of our filbert type brushes. We're going to get some of this. Here's our olive brown here. Okay. And let's start doing some of this so that we can have a little something to compare to. Now, of course, like Camden was saying, printing stuff hollow, it can lead to some mischief sometimes. It can lead to some mischief. So Zhang, I'm hoping that the stream, I'm sure the stream was fabulous. I'm sure it was fantastic. Everybody had all kinds of fun. And of course, Camden, right, if the drain holes are not in the right spot, then it doesn't come out of there till you're taking it off the build plate, and then it gets all over the place, right? Or the supports that are coming out of the drain holes don't allow the stuff to actually drain. So now, what is it? Archvillain. Yeah, Archvillain is another one. When their stuff is not hollowed, it basically means they could not print a good version of it hollowed. The interior geometry did not allow for it. So, because I remember talking to one of the guys from Archvillain, and he said, "Yep, if it's it might even be the same type of sculpt. One will be hollow, one will not be hollow." They said, "Look, you can try and hollow out the other one." Well, we did. It didn't go so well. So, by all means, have fun trying to hollow it. We did not have fun trying to hollow it. So basically, I don't hollow anything because if there's a failure in the print, well, I mean, what did I gain? Besides nothing. Because I'm going to have to print it out. I lost all the resin in that attempt. So, yeah, I don't really bother printing. Now, again, this is what I do for a living. So, that expense is going to be an expense. It's just, there's no other way around it. But for folks, now again, I printed that one hollow. It printed fine. Oh, actually, Camda, did you see in the video where I changed tack? Now, where's my these either of these guys would work. Let's do this one. So instead of printing it out this way, I actually oriented it this way, and believe it or not, it was way more successful. So I'm actually where's my heavy cruise? So this one here, I'm actually going to try printing it out this way instead of this way right here. So I'm just going to drop a little bit of this on here. A little bit there. I want that to have a chance to set. Yeah, Paladin, the other thing is, and this is something I've been telling people already with these files, you can try and print this ship smaller. You can try. Will you be able to? I doubt it. Because, again, the tiny parts on this, the tinier they get, the less likely they are to succeed. So, yeah, that is something I would strongly recommend is, if they made it a certain size, you can usually make it bigger, Paladin. And that's kind of like anything. You can make things bigger, but if you try making it smaller with the printing, then now you're starting to get into some potential mischief there. Just so that you know. So again, I just want to get me a little bit of the dry brushy stuff on here. We didn't get a chance to do that before Zhang so kindly brought you all in here. So again, Zhang, I know you got to probably head out there. That was a long stream. I think it was, about a 6-hour stream that you did there, Zhang? So I know you probably got to go do some resting and all that. Of course. Oh, Zhang, did you see any of these? Speaking of our 2D art, I don't know if you had a chance to see any of these. This is our 3 views here of our Camelot. So there's Sunrise of Cyber Camelot. There's Sunset of Cyber Camelot. And there is the Moonlight version of Cyber Camelot. So yeah, that was a very fun. That was a super fun set of streams. That's what we've been doing on Thursday. I am hoping this Thursday, maybe to paint a scene. Well, like this. See this down here? That is basically the home world of the Seri Republic. So I was kind of hoping to paint a scene like that this coming Thursday. We call it Flat Thursday. This right here again is a tanker. You can see it's kind of a bulky design, right? And then this is a light cruiser here. Again, just trying to throw a little bit of something on this so that we don't snap anything on. Okay, now this has had a chance to set for a spell. Phthalo green. Let's start to do a little bit of blending of stuff here. There we go. So there's a little bit of strategery there, letting that have a chance to set for a bit. Letting that have a chance to set for a spell. So again, that is all part of our. Oh, and of course, we did our corrupted characters of our Cyberthurian universe here again. This is the Lady of Shalott, the mirror in the mainframe, so you can kind of see again how that relates to all the 2D stuff, the 3D stuff, all of it interrelates. It's all intertwined. So you can see that looks very, very similar, that landscape of Cyber Camelot there. Nope, that was this one. Now working on this here. Yeah, this is we're using the oil paints. These are alkyds, of course, which means that they're oil paints that are going to dry a whole bunch faster than regular oil paints. They're going to have a whole lot less color intensity to them. That's something that you give up. It's a trade-off. But I need to be able to handle these things for photography as soon as possible. So again, that's the trade-off that you make sometimes. Sometimes you just got to make trade-offs. Now, let's get this some darker stuff here. Maybe we'll take this brushy. Let's get this over here. So that's the ultramarine blue. This is going to be our Payne's gray. So we're just going to make a really, really, really dark blue here. Kind of an indigo. Sort of an Indancerin blue, actually, Camda. Now we're going to start to put some of our darker clouds through here. Not too much thinner. It's not quite a dry brush. It's a dry-ish brush. How's that? There you go, a dry-ish brush. And again, everybody please check out that fabulous jewelry that Arid has. Now, Arid, hey Arid, how did it work out with the home? Was it a Home Depot or whatever? And hopefully that was just bumps and bruises there, Arid, and that was the extent of it. Because I know that wasn't super fun when that happened. So here's hoping that nothing too crazy. We're just using craft brushes also. That's it, just some craft brushes. Working on 4 ships simultaneously. That's good there, Arid. So small favors, right? Won't complain, right, Arid? Not gonna complain. It's like, okay, fine, I'll take it. Anytime, right, things don't get too crazy, it's like, okay, fine, I won't complain. Well, thank you so much, Zhang, for bringing everybody over here. Appreciate that, like always. And again, everybody, please give Zhang a follow if you could. You probably already are. You probably already are. So here we're kind of doing a little bit of. See, we're almost kind of doing a like we like to call that a dry glaze. Believe it or not, that's what we call it, dry glaze. You can see how this is it's starting to all of a sudden get softer and softer. Things starting to blend together. That's the same approach that we have on all of our 2D art, by the way. Same approach. Now this one's a little bit harder to see because we've got this destroyer sitting on top of it. It's kind of a fast attack ship. Needless to say, this species, well, they believe in kind of a quick strike type things. They don't necessarily do a whole lot of slogging and slugging things out. That is not their way. So you can see this is starting to get softer and so. Look at this. See how that's blending together. So again, everybody please give Zhang a follow. Camda, I don't know if you had a chance to share your stuff yet. If you haven't shared your stuff yet, why don't you do that? Now here, let me get some of this stuff out of here. I'll take this here, some of you. A little more of that ultramarine blue. A little more. Let's see what we got. See what we got over here. Again, just trying to create something that looks a little bit like our nebula clouds here. No problem there, Camden. No problems. That is too... that's better. That was going to be too late. Too light. Okay. Is nice there. What's happening on this? Darker. So you can see what looks... No death grip on the brush either. I literally got 2 fingers on this brush, and that is it. That's all. Yeah, that's from what you were describing there, Irid. You would think there would be compound fractures or something like that, but I'm glad, really glad that it worked out in your favor. It has to every once in a while, right, Irid? Something's got to work out in your favor. There we are here. Let's again just do a... Letting some of this have a chance to blend together. Now we get maybe a little bit smaller. A little smaller brush here. Let's maybe start to do something that's got a bit more detail type oriented stuff on it here. Maybe not too light though. Back to that phthalo green plus the white. Also, here, let's have our star get a little bit bigger too. This one over here. That was going to get too light. Let's try this. Okay, there we are. So I think you can see how this is working. I think you can see that. And then again, we'll get our ships on here too. But we gotta do this first, because as you can see, if I do the ship when the ships are on there, you can't see what I'm doing all that well. So that's why we try to get the ships out of the way, kind of a little bit of dry brush on them, and then this next. I mean, the universe doesn't think it has to, but we think for fairness sake, right? Right here, just once in a while, we think, you know what, maybe just once it could kind of work out the way we were hoping. And everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared. Everybody give Camda Paints a follow, because Camda also paints with the oils. It's kind of important to see other people also working with the oils. How's about we go lighter here? So again, we're just painting ourselves some spacescapes. It's always fun to do that. Again, that's not actually our lightest light yet. As light as that seems, we can still go lighter than that if need be. So Roland, hopefully things are kind of going okay. I know there was a little bit of mischief with some of the model stuff last stream. Come on, there we are. Okay, so again, this is a little bit harder for you to see, right? And that's why we're kind of doing it with the ships not on there first. When we get down to the fighters and the small craft, well, they have to be on those bases. There is no, unfortunately, there is no painting them not on the base. They will have to be on the bases when we do that. Where's my blending brush here? We'll just use this again. We're just going to push this stuff around. And then of course, we'll do our spatter stars, as we like to do. Spatter star. Let's get this guy really light. That's way too much paint sitting on there. Let's break some of that down. That's fantastic there, Camda. Now, the siblings are coming to get me. That sounds it. Their siblings are coming to get me. Well, they're going to be grabbing me, so I don't know what the post-stream environment's going to be looking like there, Camda. Oh, actually, do I have him sitting? I do have him here. Yeah, made these for my niece, because she's getting married, and they live in New York City, so I made a whole bunch of Lord of the Rings themed wedding stickers for him there. Yeah, so where's the Ranger one? Oh, and then there's some Mordor theme. There we go. Can't come to the wedding. Mordor has me on call. Sincerely, Sauron. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different themes here. Oh yeah, look at that. The white tree flourishes, even in New York. So I made those stickers, printed those up on my sticker paper. That turns out that printer that we're talking about, a regular printer, not a 3D printer, but a regular, an Epson 1500. Yeah, it goes through the ink, and that ink is not cheap. But boy, oh boy, does it do some neat stuff. Now it's a little too late. I'm just gonna go this way. Like this. Yeah, something like that. Now over here, get some stuff that's lighter. And our star there. And a little too much paint on that brush. There we are. And take some of that away. Do I try doing some spatter star stuff now? Maybe I do. Maybe I do. So, push you guys off to the side. We're going to find a brush that would work for that. Maybe that'll work. Maybe that will work. So here, let's just get some of this, break this down with a whole bunch of thinner here. Break that down, get it ready for spattering. Little bits of spatter here. Next one. Next one. Creates a whole bunch of teensy little stars in a random pattern, which is not kind of how Humies work. They tend to make things in very ordered fashion. So this is, again, a nice way to be able to get some kind of organic variety, which again, as a human, you're just going to I'm going to have two over here and two over here and two over here, and it's all very even. Again, that's not quite how that really operates. Not really. So you can see we got a whole bunch of teensy little stars out here now. Let me take some of that paint off of there. So again, we can do a little bit, and look at this, a little bit of wet blending over here too. Look at this. See how we just kind of ground all that up? It's nice and soft. We're going to do some of that over here. Little bit of that over here. And all of a sudden, I mean, we've been doing this for, well, technically less than a half an hour, because I think the raid might have subtracted a little bit of our work time here. So I'm going to say 30 minutes for 4 spacescapes here. And each one is different. No two are the same. Look at this. I'm just kind of scrubbing that. Maybe a little bit more of our darker blue in there. And then some more of our smallest, darker clouds there. What do we got going on with this one? There we are. Then we're going to do our little lens flare effects on the stars. Then we're going to try and get some of the, real quick, some of the lightest stuff on the side of our base here. And then we'll get our ships attached. We'll get those attached on there. First, I'm going to get me some more of my white outer. Again, this is just a Paul Rubens alkyds right here. Let's just get this popped out over here. Whatever. Now let's try to do some really light stuff on our stars here. And maybe some really light, thin stuff here on our little nebula clouds there. Well, we get our little lens flare effect going here. Straighten that out a little. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to use that as a little bit of a blending brush. Just extend that out. We want to do the same thing over here. Like so. Pull this down. These are just junky old craft brushes that were used pennies on the dollar. Just got them on Amazon. That's it. Just little craft brushes. Nothing expensive. This is the most expensive brush we use. That's the short liner brush from Princeton, and they're all synthetics. Stopped using sable brushes a long time ago. They just the quality kept going down and down and down. The price kept going up and up and up, and that was a trajectory that I wasn't a super fan of. So I said, well, okay, it'll be synthetics. Guess what? They're not just cheaper, they're more rugged, they're more reliable, because pretty much every synthetic brush is going to be exactly the same. Instead of a sable brush where you're like, maybe this one's good, maybe this one's garbage. And more, that first part was not true. The second part was. And I said, well, I'm not paying 3 times as much for a brush that lasts as 1/3 the amount of work time. And it's like 1/3 of the time is pretty much a worthless piece because it just, the quality was not there. So yeah, no sable brushes harmed here. Don't have to worry again. So never worry that sable brushes are being harmed, because they're not. Later on, maybe we throw a little bit of a darker glaze type thing on this or something. Again, I'm just throwing a little something on here super quick, like super quick. Oh, what the heck? Maybe we'll go a little lighter here with that. Yeah. Same deal on the ends of the, maybe here too. Again, that ends up being more like a bit of an ID marker there for the ship itself. Again, the task force numbers on there, the name of the ship, because there's a strategic game that we're working in and also a tactical game. So the ships, needless to say, are, well, they're part of the tactical game where you take your fleets and then you put them on some, like a 4x4 mat or board or something, and then you play out the action there. And the system will be, well, at least it's supposed to be anyway, a 3d6 system. Yes. The same system, well, same kind of thing we're using for the Cyber Theory game. 3d6 curve. Yes, the sable brushes cannot survive. They're not hardy enough to survive the Wapelian environment, right, Camda? Huh. Wampoville is like Mordor for sable brushes. Well, any brushes, really. Okay. All right. Just had to fill in these couple of ones here. So I think a little bit of our dry brush got onto those. Let's get to some of our lighter stuff around our spacescape here. Super quick light. Let's do this. Yeah, Camda, because things. Remember we were talking about things like, okay, and at 18 there is one chance of getting that, right? A 3, there is one chance of getting that. Whereas with even like say you use a D10, there's every bit as good a chance as you get a 10 as there is a 1. Whereas here, if you're going to have 9, 10, 11, something like that on a 3d6 curve, you know that those are very common. And you know the closer you get out to either side, the more rare the event. So you can automatically just kind of put the rare events out there. And when you want to do modifiers, what they do is they affect what band, right? Remember we were talking about the baseball game where if you're a right-handed power hitter and you're basically swinging for the fences to try and drive in that run from third base with a fly ball, you are more likely to get a fly ball that is deep enough to score that run, but you're also more likely to strike out because, well, you're not swinging for contact. So your ships there, Camda, would be kind of set to different, I don't want to say alert levels, but depending on how your ship is set, maybe defensively or offensively or something like that, same thing, it would modify. So some like a 10, 9, or the same result that would have been like a 10, like a miss or something. Maybe that miss expands to 9 and 11 as well. And then again, those triples create special result. And obviously not, 18s and 3s because those already are very rare and they're already special things. But stuff like, okay, triple 3, triple 4, triple 5, those are going to create some kind of either random event or, again, something that is unusual. Because with a regular D6, right, you do any kind of modifier with that, you're either making it like very much impossible for anything to happen, or you're making it almost guaranteed for something to happen. There's really not a lot of in between with a D6, even a D10, as I found out the hard way. It still can just be, again, with modifiers and stuff, you can still create a situation where it's almost inevitable. And of course, that just happens to be one of the things I'm not super endeared with, is basically results where you don't even bother to roll the dice because there's no point. Now, they won't always be able to avoid that situation. Sometimes that just happens. But you can try to avoid it whenever possible, at least. So we're getting there with our bases. Then we'll try and get these puppies glued on. I have a bunch of green stuff ready to rock and roll. Maybe a little bit more of a yellow in now. It's going to be a little bit too much of a white. And of course, each of our civs, most likely the spacescape is certainly going to be different. And I was thinking even maybe the color around the edges would be different. Who knows? Maybe it might be a much darker, and the spacescape is going to be much lighter or something. And they do this. Oh, and Camden, I think I sent you the stuff. Basically, this is from the perspective of the people that stayed behind. And that's because I think I sent you the well. I haven't sent you the song yet. I realized that, Cam. I'll try to get you that in an email. But yeah, that's the perspective of the folks that stayed behind. Okay, I think the other ones are okay. We got that on other ones. Just about ready. Let's get the darker stuff. I'm not even going to really bother doing too much on that outer edge there because as I learned with the other ones, I just kept sticking my hands in that. So there's no point in doing that at all. There's another one. Let's get a little bit more of our. Just black this out. Some of our dry brush got on there. And then one more go round with our lightest light here on some of the stars. That here. And again, appreciate the folks that came in with the Zhang raid, sticking around every Monday. We do again our Armada Monday, and of course now we're getting into our fabulous individual fleets here, and all of these are ships that I made. So yeah, there's these you're not gonna find these on my mini factory or Cults 3D or anywhere. And this ship, I just put this up on the Patreon page. This was a 2-part tutorial series from the spacescape on the base to all of the colors on the ships, the panel line, the engine glow, all of that stuff. A 2-part series. Just put that up on the Patreon page. Also, the whole point of doing stuff like that is that, well, instead of you having to then go like to my mini factory or Cults 3D to buy said files, it's just like, oh, you're a patron. Look, here's the file. And that's why I brought up the whole, well, you might want to print these out the size that I send them to you as, because, well, I did test prints. And the test prints might show it's like, yeah, you don't really want to try and print this any smaller. This is a more unique fleet because of, the nature of the ships with all the much tinier feathers and such. Okay, I think we're just about ready here to attach. Let me do a little bit of lighter dry brushy stuff on the ships first. Let me do that. So we got, again, this is 4 of our bases here, basically in 40 minutes. So roughly about 10 minutes each on those bases. Let me get rid of that. Let me get this back here now that we've got more of our white on here. Going to do a little bit more of our dry brush stuff on this. Bring this out. So yeah, I think we're going to reprint this one again, at least 10% bigger. I don't know if I really want to go to 15, but 10% is probably what we're going to do. Not so much for printing purposes. Actually, it would probably make it almost even a little teensy bit harder to print. It's more just so that it doesn't get mixed up too much with our smaller support ships. That's what I'm kind of worried about. As the smaller ships got bigger, this became suddenly way less impressive, just visually, side by side. So I think we're gonna again make a little change there. Make this one bigger. That is why I said all of this stuff is test prints. What was it? The Galahad figure? Was it this one right here? I think this went through 5 different versions. And it was this right here that was a bugaboo, and the shard wings. Those were, everything else was fine. Even the sword was fine, but man, oh man, the wings and that cloak/tunic, that was Not fun. That took several different iterations. Kept going back into Blender and going, all right, well, let's thicken up this cloth some more. Kept going back into Blender. It's like, okay, let's make these wings a little heavier. Now, I do, let's see, Wednesday, at least that's the plan, is filming another Blender tutorial. And that's going to be with our ships here. Let's get some later stuff on this tanker right here if we can. And then we'll get all these babies glued on here. Just get some of the paint off of these brushes super quick here. Again, because they're Alkids. Hey there, Inganes. How you doing? Everybody please give Inganes a follow. Inganes, why don't you do the thing? Post some Instagrams there in the chat. So we're just taking some green stuff here, and we're going to do our glue, green stuff, glue. So glue goes on the ship, glue goes on the base, and this goes in between. This kind of fills in some of the gaps. This crystallizes as the glue begins to set and harden. So it kind of makes the green stuff harden faster. And then the glue also crystallizes. So think of it almost like, accelerant or whatever they call it on the glue. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Nganes just shared. Go check that out. Let me maybe put this over here. Now I need to find, hopefully, one of my tubes of glue here, which looks like it's going to be over here somewhere. Hopefully we got enough in here. We don't need much. Don't need a ton. So what we're going to do is that. Take our ship. We got to have it oriented the correct way. We already have our hole drilled there. So going to go like that. We take this back off again. We grab our green stuff here. So again, everybody please give Nganes a follow if you could. So we're going to wrap this here. Like so. Now there's glue on the ship. We stick this back on there, smush it down. Now, ship is attached, and then we don't need you, you're already attached. So I'll probably be working, guess what, on the ship that is already attached. So that this stuff has a chance to set. Alright. There we go. Got some of our glue there. We'll take our light cruiser again. This light cruiser, I don't know if I'll make this too much. I might still reprint this as well. Might just reprint the the light cruiser. Just spreading around that glue. Alright, here's some more of my green stuff. I definitely didn't need quite this much. But that's okay. So green stuff there. Let's make sure we've got this. There we go. Okay. That is oriented the way we want. Alright. Another ship attached. Where's our tanker? So here's our tanker. Oh, geez, that's right. I didn't get a chance to see it. So it was like 7 minutes left. Spurs were up by 5 in the garden. But, yeah, Spurs have, I think, they've had pretty much leads in every game, sometimes like double-digit leads. And those haven't played out the way they wanted. So no idea how things worked out for Horns fans' team there at MSG. I almost said MCG there, Camda. Yeah, a little too much Aussie rules. Okay, so I'm gonna go to this one now, right? Because this one here, let me get a little bit of this liner stuff on some of the wings here. More of the yellow. or as I kept trying to say right to Camda on the in the painting episode, I kept trying. No, that's actually armor. That's what that is. So again, everybody please give Inganes a follow. Inganes also paints with the oils. I'm gonna try you and some of you, I think. Yeah. Well, now we're about an hour in, and now we've got ourselves a bunch of spacescapes going. And now we're starting to get some stuff happening on our ships too. Yeah, I think it wasn't until about the end of the second episode, right, Cam, that it was just in time for it to be over. Yeah, it's like at the end of the second episode, I was starting to remember. Yeah, call it armor plates, not feathers. Better late than never, I guess, right, Camden? Yeah, here more. And then we'll do some glaze stuff on here too. We'll do that, and then we'll kind of hit our other ships with that too. So, not gonna bother to mix a little vat of that. I'm just gonna go right here on the panel. We're gonna take our fabulous brown, our black. We're just gonna make ourselves a Van Dyke brown because I don't think there's any like true Alkyd Van Dyke brown, Camda. I don't really know of any. I can't think of any Alkyd that's like actually Van Dyke brown. It says it is, but you know, it's kind of laughable. So, Ganes, thanks again for sending that information too. Appreciate that. Yeah, sorry I forgot to say thanks there, Ganes. Thank you very much for doing that. Well, looky there, all of a sudden. We have some action there in our armor plates, not feathers. See, I remembered. This actually is going to be... This could benefit a lot from some panel lights. Also, our little cabin lights, too. Those have been kind of handy. Now, we haven't really done too much of that at all, Camden, on any of our ships, like our BSG ships and such. And so we haven't really done too much of that. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to try some more, especially on the TerraForce ships. Now, this is going to actually get a little bit more of our brown here. Remember, this is all this stuff is wet. Everything here is wet. Bingo. So right there, see that's starting to mix together a little bit. Starting to do a little bit of mixing together. Same down here. That kind of takes away some of the dry brush texture. Not getting that with acrylics. Yes, the Alkyds dry fast. They don't dry that fast. Now I think I can at least do some of this on our heavy cruiser. And again, I'll probably be reprinting this thing larger, so don't be surprised if maybe you see me painting another one of these or something. I don't know. There. And even this, we're going to alter it. Sometimes get a little bit more of the brown. Sometimes more of our coal black. Sometimes maybe we even put in some violet. Like now. Just brought some violet over. Yeah, we're mixing some violet into this darker glaze thing right here. It's not really going to show up read as violet. You can see now we're starting to get a little more shape here in our... Look at that. That's pretty much a pinline wash right there. If it's doing that, it's still kind of moving around. That is basically a true, genuine pin line wash. Other side here. More. Oh, and I'll try to get you the Buck Polaris songs there, Camda. I actually the jewel cases arrived today. Yep, the jewel cases arrived. So I still haven't looked for the label, that label sticker type thing. Again, it's a bummer because I know I had one. I used it hundreds of times, and I'm not joking, hundreds of times to make those original DVDs for the Painting Pyramid Kickstarter back in the day. Okay, heavy cruiser goes off to the. Where's the? Oh yeah, this one. That's. I was like, wait a minute. There was another thing I wanted to do. It was this. Almost forgot about this here. Fine, no problem. We'll get there. All right, now we'll get this again. This is our light cruiser here. I'm less inclined to reprint this one bigger, but still might do that. And that may be only, ooh, geez, maybe even only 5, definitely no more than 10% bigger. No more than that. Coming back to the violet once more. Is nice. To the wings we go. Now, when we were doing our individual ships, of course, when we were doing this, we're like, okay, now we got to wait for this stuff to set. But since I'm working on 4 separate ships, and then when we get to the smaller ships, I'll be probably working on at least 6 at the same time. We're almost to see. Now here I'm just going to let that mix together. You can see I didn't go to the palette to get any new stuff, right? So you can see now our wings to much better shape there. You can see much more of that. Now let's go to our tanker here. Go to the tanker, get some of our darker glazy stuff into here. Bingo. And some of our fleets, they're really not necessarily even warships per se. Some of them, again, like the Iberian ships, they're essentially cultural preservation ships where they go to, again, to a planet where there's been some kind of a disaster of some kind, and they go there to preserve artworks, artifacts, library, whatever. That is kind of what they do. That's their thing, and their ships reflect that. They're not really designed to blow stuff up. They're kind of designed to save stuff. We'll also be getting our engine glows on these things too. We haven't forgotten that either. And that's going to be right over here. We have not put any of our darker glaze there so that we could do this. Then this. Where's my floral green here? Let's get this later stuff going here for the engine glow. Like that. Then around here. That won't be too light. We're going to go even further with just the fluorescent green. And yes, it is fluorescent green oil paint there. And then we'll just have to kind of let that have a chance to set for a spell also. How's about a little something lighter here? Again, along the edge of our engine bay. Okay, so here we go. Let's see what we got going on with our other ships now. That's our light cruiser. Where's our heavy? Nice to see you there, Conrads. Hey there, Freedom from Mars. Nice to see you. So yep, Freedom from Mars. This is every Monday we do our Armada Monday, and this is a whole bunch of ship designs that I made. This is just one of several fleets. Again, this was a two-part tutorial series on the Patreon page here. You'll be able to see this ship in flight there. So there is that ship. And the species in question is the Seri Republic. They're off here in the lower left-hand corner. There's the bird brains themselves. And there's, again, a little bit of a cultural icon here. You can also see kind of what their homeworld looks like. They live in a section of space called the Valley of the Giants. So all manner of gigantic, your blue giants, red giants, that sort of thing. So happy Tuesday there, Conrads. Actually, Conrads, if you wanted to share anything, in the chat, please feel like you can do that. How's about we go even lighter, maybe a little more thinner on that too. Now can we, I think we can, oh no, this was our first ship that we did, I think. Yeah, we can definitely mess around with this now a little bit. Where's that green? There it is. There it is. How about a little thinner on that? And we're going to try again get the same variety of color on these that we did on our larger ships. Here we are. That too. Some here. I'm going to try to bring in a little bit of this, a little bit of the greenishness here. Let me see if we can't do some of that like this. I'll also try and get some of the red coloration in there too. So Freedom for Mars, we have, there's a whole bunch of civs. There's, as you can, and that's just the overall map there, Freedom for Mars. Those are just the largest civs. So let's go back to that map. So that thing in the upper left-hand corner, the void right there, there are several species that live there, and they you don't even really see them on the map here. The Ballisteri down there, their ships are all ring ships. The Moskin Holdings, they're basically the miners of the universe. The Jolarans, they have all kinds of like more prow base ships. They almost look like triremes in a way. And of course, again, you've got other smaller civs that kind of live in and out of some of these spaces. Hey there, Pura Vida, how you doing? Let me see. I'm just sorry if I missed something there. Okay, I think that's good. So Pura Vida, great to see you. So Pura Vida, I don't know if you saw any of the Battle of Midway stuff that we did. We finished up on Saturday with our Dauntless here. Again, might have been a little spot of freehand with the insignia there. So Pura Vida, I hope that everything goes fantastic there. Now I'm gonna switch this out again. We want to here get a little bit of a like some violet, some red-ishness to this. There we go. So we're already starting to kind of change up the color a teensy bit here. See that? A little bit of the redishness there. Hopefully it wasn't. Hopefully it wasn't one that was too weird. Pura Vida. Yeah, we still got to find out how the Knicks Spurs game 3 ended up. Again, all I know there was about 7 minutes left. Spurs had that lead. The the Knicks have really proven to be very rough in that fourth quarter. Very very tough. They kind of the age experience there. That doesn't necessarily, not every single sport does that show up, but sometimes hockey, the things where you have a series like this, a long series at the end of a whole bunch of other playoff series, sometimes those bright lights and all that kind of stuff, well, that has less effect on your veteran players. I mean, I've seen it happen in miniature painting. I've seen miniature painters a certain orifice maybe kind of whistles a little bit when the pressure gets on. It's one of those things. Oh, look at that! Very much. Ooh, look at that! Nice little violet tinge to that. More of that over here. Gonna join these two bits together, maybe. Probably try to get some more light on the edge of this too. Now this, I might go heavier with just some straight up yellow here. And then of course there'll be some panel lineage too. We'll be doing some panel lineage. So you can kind of see how this is starting to emerge a little bit, and then we're going to move away from this and do other ones, right? Because we don't want to get too hung up on one ship. We got to keep the line moving, right, Pura Vida? That's the end. Let me get a little bit more of that yellow here. See, these still got a whole bunch of our glaze stuff on. You can see how that's mixing, so that's why we might move on to one of our other ships, like maybe one of our cruisers here. I guess we'll just stick with this more yellowish kind of stuff. Like that, we're 1 hour 13 minutes in. 1 hour 13 minutes ago, none of these ships had any spacescapes. They had no color on them. I have to say though, Cam, the doing the thing with the spray paint stuff, that's been really nifty. I'm really liking that. I've got a whole ton of 75 mil figs that are all locked and loaded and ready to get sprayed too. Lighten you up a bit. So you can see this going to all start to emerge here. I'm going to go back to some of the violet here. So we went from kind of more of a yellowish tone to something now that's more of a violet here. And this is not a highlight. We can still go significantly lighter than this. But because we've been patient, see, we can actually kind of almost do a little bit of a dry brush thing again. We would not have been able to do that if we were hasty. We don't want to be hasty little hobbitses, right, Pura Vida? Don't be hasty. There. Okay. And also too, in the with the strategic version of the game, wanted to have that not just be like, okay, conquest victory, which those start to be pretty apparent of what's going to happen right away. I got the idea from the Cyberthuria game that some friends of mine, their favorite way to play was Civ. They wanted to get like cultural victories, diplomatic victories, science victories. They did not want to do the conquest victory. And I thought, well, because there's a bunch of our civs that really, the fighty thing is not really their thing. I thought, well, wait a second. Much like in our Cyberthuria game, there's many ways for the players or for Mordred to win besides the obvious way. And I thought, well, what if this is there's a civ that actually could achieve a science victory or a cultural victory? So just building a bunch of warships is not necessarily the path to winning in the at least the strategic version of the game. Obviously, when you get down to this level here, the tactical level, well, it gets down to more DACA. So Grand Oracle just as basically as a primer painting. So great to see you there, Grand Oracle. I think I might have been able to send you some stuff. I'll try to get you some more stuff there. But yeah, it's it's glorified primer painting. But instead of using the airbrush, which is a very, very slow, very cumbersome setup, we try to do things a whole bunch faster. We accelerate the process with the spray cans because it's just acrylic paint. It is not the it's not primer in a can. It's not the usual type of spray can. It is just basically it is this. Instead of shooting this through an airbrush, it is in a can and it's got a little bit of aerosol with it. Grand Oracle, did you have a chance to see the new vid? And again, if you want to see the, what would you say, the lore part of it, the all the stuff about the Seri Republic, Episode 1 has a big review. So I showed you like a couple of slides here. The tutorial video of this has like a whole presentation, multiple animations. It's got probably, I think, 10 different slides. It talks about the Seri government, the 12 perches. The 12 perches of the Seri government. Essentially, it's almost a bit like a cabinet. And each perch takes on a different part of the government. One is more based on the creation and monitoring of laws. The other one is obviously maybe a little bit more focused on industry, or another one focused on defense matters. Now, actually, so Grant Oracle, how did the camp out stuff go? Because that was this last weekend, right? Or is that the weekend coming up? Sorry if I'm spacing on that. See what I did, Grand Oracle? Yeah, that's why I do words. That is why I do words. Well, looky here, I can actually kind of do a little bit of dry brush type stuff. I can actually start to do a little bit of that. So it was last weekend. Hopefully that didn't take too much out of you there, Grand Oracle. I know that wasn't exactly something that you were planning on doing. Now, what I'm hoping to do is after the stream here is I've got some great Union ships that are just what would you say, they're kind of like pre-built. And I was hoping to actually have those printed out and available to kind of use as mock-ups or whatever for the tutorial video that I'm going to film on Wednesday. We'll see if that all works out. Sorry that's been kind of a kind of a bugaboo for a little while there, right, Grand Oracle? But glad that it's better than it was. It can always be worse, right, Grand Oracle? That's for sure. We know that. It could always be worse. Sometimes you just kind of you take the little wins here and there. Now again, look at this. See how that's changing from kind of a greenish color to a reddish color here. Glad that you could get caught up on rest a little bit there, Grand Oracle. The Monster Energy drinks are going to be really flowing over the next several days here, that's for sure. Good thing I got myself a new batch of them. Because we're going to be needing those like crazy. Now we're going to be coming back with some of our darker stuff here too. And then again, the panel lines I think are going to make a very, very, very big difference. Especially here, we got a nice big open area here. Now again, this heavy cruiser for sure is going to be printed out again, at least 10% bigger. And of course, Grand Oracle, if you want to share anything, if you want to share any stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Let me. Oh, there we go. I'm like, wait a minute. That's not quite what I was looking for. That is. Where's my olive green here? That's the Paul Rubens olive green. There we are. Get kind of a goes from red to this greenish brown color here. Nice to see you there, Arto Michael. Actually, Grand Oracle, well, just like this stuff, right? Technically, all of this is 30 years old. And we can prove it because this thing literally has 1996 as the date. And let me see, where's our... So here you can see... Oh, look at that. There's mentions of the Seri, and this is like one of the biggest battles right here. The Battle of Belana 5. And I'm actually going to try and create the two ships. Basically two, I don't want to say obsolete, but mostly obsolete Terran frigates, Cold Harbor and Waterloo, that fought their heroic action at Belana 5. Arto Michael, if you want to share some linkies in the chat there, please go ahead. So here's hoping that you're making some good progress on your ReaperCon projects there. That needs to be, there we go, a little bit later there. And now some of that up here. Also, some of that up here. As well. Eventually, I'm hoping to be able to make modular versions of our Seri warships here. I'm just going to see if I can't make, essentially just make different kinds of wing assemblies like this that you can rescale, change, whatever. Where's you can see the difference now, right? Actually, you know, here, let's move on. Let's not get too hung up on any one ship there. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Art of Michael just shared. Well, Art of Michael, a little bit of paint is better than no paint. I know you would like a lot of paint on there. But it's got to start somewhere. Got to start somewhere. Oh, check this out, Jeez, I forgot to show you this, Grand Oracle. So next week, we're going to be painting some of the smallest ships. Remember we were talking about that Skyclaw transport? So that's what these are. Right there. So that's the Skyclaw transport. And again, there's 6 of them on this transport. So next Monday, we'll be hitting those. So again, everybody check out again the Instagram link there that Art and Michael just posted. Give kind words to Art of Michael. I believe I've got now. Of course, again, if I'm going to redo the heavy cruiser, well, whatever. But I think I've got 22 ships printed and on bases of the Seri Republic fleet. Now again, I'm just printing out some test ships for the TerraForce fleet. They're not the final ships. You could almost consider these like older ships or whatever ships maybe that are either gonna like approach retirement or something like that, or not necessarily mothball fleet. That might be a little too green. Okay, that's there we go. Yeah, there's a little bit too much green. Not too much with the green there. Took some of that away. You can see how this now starts to perk up a little bit, and this is just a mid-tone. What we're putting on here now, this is not a highlight. And again, I really think that the panel lines, when those are added to these, also going to create a lot of extra shape. Quite a bit of extra shape and form. Lighter steel, and this is tinted more towards green. We had the yellow on the other side. Then we're going to get into our reddish coloration here pretty soon, like now. Now that's got more red in it. So trying to get some variance here, each part of the ship. And I'm really glad that I didn't do this, because you look at that, there's almost no paint on my hand. So that was a smart play there. I learned my lesson on the initial few Seri warships there. The Ballisteri ships, the Alberian ships, the Alchiban ships, or they should, man, they're going to look very different from anything you've ever seen. And by different from anything you've ever seen, I mean like you've never seen anything like these. At least I'm fairly sure. We'll also see if I can actually print those things out, because they're going to be really, really interesting. There we go. And again, not every ship is a warship. I mean, in some cases, they're almost entirely civilian use ships and not necessarily warships. Because guess what? You kind of need a merchant marine. You need other ships besides just warships if you're going to have a civilization. I would actually postulate there's far more merchant ships out there than there are warships. This is more towards the yellow, and I try to have this particular universe reflect that. And the idea is to have, well, I don't know if you want to call them pre-made fleets, but you can call them pre-made fleets, well, like this. And then basically kind of build your fleet. Now, of course, too, there's nothing that says you couldn't take bits and pieces originally intended for one fleet and combine them with something else. So you could take, you know, warships for, or, bits for this fleet, combine those with, say, oh, like Moskin bits or something like that. Also with some, say, Jolarin bits or whatever. Create yourself hybrid fleets. Uh, the the idea is that you would take these into Blender, resize them, maybe alter them a little bit. Again, trying to give you kind of maximum creative possibilities. Go back to here, something that's got even more of the yellow. So everybody check out Freedom for Mars. Fun little 3D model there. Again, it's on the Freedom for Mars website, so go check that out. Actually, now, Freedom for Mars, do you do streaming too? Because if you do streaming, you want to share your channel or something like that also. Sorry if I kind of forgot to ask you that there, Freedom for Mars. Sorry. Meant to ask you that earlier. Better late than never, like always, though. We are going to try and migrate now to something that's a bit lighter. Let me see how this is going to work out here. Give me some of that yellow, too, maybe. Now we're talking. Might even need a little bit more thinner. Then we got to move on to our tanker. We haven't forgotten about that. We can't do a whole bunch more on here because I can already see that the paint is kind of like, okay, it's like, oh, you know what, maybe it's time to move on to the next ship. Give this one a little bit of a rest, just like our other ships did the same thing. Camda, actually, I know a few people whose their parents were in the Merchant Marine, and they actually had like burials at sea long after their service there. Let's put it this way, Camda. I do believe that U.S. submarines sank somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.3 million tons of merchant shipping in the Pacific. Basically, every merchant ship that the Japanese had was sunk by U.S. submarines. Now, well, here's hoping you get your hands on that faster internet there, Freedom from Mars. Because think about it, Camda. Let's say, okay, how did those ships, how did the ships keep, sailing long after that fuel ran out? And obviously, distant outposts, right? How did those get food and medicine and water and ammunition? It certainly wasn't transported there by battleships, right, Camda? So that is why a lot of the missions in the game is escorting tankers, transports, cargo ships. If those can't get through, well, that is mission failure. Even if maybe you win the battle, but all the cargo ships are gone, well, you done lost. Let's maybe move on to our tanker here. Since we got the reddish stuff on the brush, I'll just begin with that. Let's move that over this way a little bit to keep that from getting zonked. Here we go. Yeah, that was one of my surprises when I was younger there at Camden, was to realize, everybody focuses obviously on the Atlantic and submarines. the more devastating submarine campaign happened in the Pacific by far. Yep, Camden, and of course, well, you've heard about Liberty ships, right? I Let me see if I can find it for you. Oh, I have a table of contents here. Where would our Liberty ships be? Let me see if I can find it for you here. Oh, there we go. So page about 60 something here. Ah, there we go. There we are. So Liberty ships, cargo ships. Let me see. We got. Oh, there we go. So there's your Liberty ships right there. And again, that is that is from 1996, and all of this stuff that you see here, this was all originally originally given form back in 1996. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Sorry I didn't get a chance to give you too much warning before the stream here. I was actually trying to start about 11:15-ish or so. Hey Ron, how you doing? So Aaron, it's kind of a multiple level game that I'm working on, where there's a overall strategic, and again, this is kind of the map that you are playing on here. That would be more your strategic type thing, but then of course there's going to be this, which is more the tactical portion of the game. So Armored Wolf, obviously that wasn't ideal. Glad that you were at least able to get through that weekend of the fair. Where's my green? Where's me green here? Get a little bit more of this green-ish flavor. So yeah, more of a campaign type format where you have turn phases. There's your kind of your build phase, your diplomatic phase, and again in this game, it would be possible to win a non-military victory, a science victory, a diplomatic victory, a cultural victory. Because again, some of the civs, warfare is not really what they do. So there would be multiple paths to winning, not just build biggest fleet, blow up most ships, because that's pretty much how every campaign game is, which you can play once or twice, and then you realize, okay, well, you just do this and you win. And there's really no advantage, say, for a civ like the Alberians or, say, the Gaia or the Woden. But if you all of a sudden if you start to encompass other things again besides just the military aspect, that changes things quite a bit. And again, you still have the tactical portion, or you could just do the tactical portion. And of course, like we talked about earlier, the biggest difference is that it's going to be working on a 3d6 curve. It is not going to be working on simple d6 or d10 or anything like that. That is a tried and true system I've used on all of my sports strategy games, and it's worked really, really well. It has been very successful, so we shall continue that. So yeah, Aaron, that's kind of why I'm doing this, right? So that you're. Oh, and also too, you could say that there's an element of Starfleet battles in this because, well, ships. After the fight is over, well, most likely they're going to need some repairs. I don't have it here, but each Civ kind of has repair ships, and there's also obviously your star bases and such. And also, too, Aaron, there's going to be times where you have one fleet that has, I don't know, just for the sake of numbers, 1,000 points worth of stuff, and another fleet that has 250. And that now obviously the fleet with 250 does have the option of withdrawing, but they're more likely to get a scenario where they don't have to like destroy the entire 1,000 point enemy fleet. Maybe all they got to do is just take out one of the command ships or something. So the fleet that has the numerical advantage doesn't necessarily, it's like, okay, I have 3 times as much stuff as you, I win. And I didn't want it to be just a, well, okay, maybe the guy who's down a bunch of points just rolls really well or something like that and they win lucky. So I didn't want that either. So we're trying to create something that, again, has many more levels than just a typical game, and something that you can play multiple ways. You don't actually have to play any of the strategic stuff if you don't want to. It becomes entirely up to you how you want to approach that. Let me get this going here. So, like one of the ships I was trying to design for the Terra Force was a refinery ship. Needless to say, it doesn't have a lot of shooty on there. I'm pretty sure you don't want your refinery ship to have lots of DACA on there. I mean, I can't have like none at all, but if your refinery ship is getting into a little shooting iron match there, that's not going to go so well. So I don't want to have too much. I don't want it to have, what was it, Starfleet Battles level record keeping there, Aaron? Because believe it or not, well, 30 years ago, we were actually playing a basically the original version of this. And it was interesting, kind of some of the things we discovered. Now, of course, obviously systems will change, whatever, but in that system, you were actually better off building things like cruisers. Capital ships proved to not really be terribly valuable in that game. Some of the species, their capital ships, maybe they were better off with those than, say, mid to non-capital ships. Yeah, we don't want to get down into like individual. How full is Cargo Bay 5 or something like that? We don't want to get that far into the weeds. However, there will be, what would you say, levels of detail. Now, man, let's do a little bit more of our yellow here. I guess we're going to Indian yellow now. That's going to be quite yellow. It's going to be more of a, if your ship has been out of dock for a certain period of time, you're just going to lose a certain amount of endurance points. Being in combat and getting shooted at, well, that's going to cost you some more endurance points. And gee whiz, guess where the endurance points metric was first used? Oh, that would be in my baseball strategy game for the pitchers, yes. Yes, all of this stuff, again, it's kind of wild that the Cybertheria game and all these other games are actually based more on my sports strategy games than anything else. let me get some of my really dark stuff here for certain parts of our tanker here. They could really benefit. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. They could really benefit from that. We'll have to come back in here with some of our. Oh, I'm thinking almost like a bluish gray, like we did with our battleship in this area here. And of course, they run. Well, what happened in late war? Battleships basically had no other value aside from protecting carriers and shore bombardment. Which is pretty much what you'll be seeing in this game. Battleship by itself is going to be highly vulnerable, but also a carrier. It will need some kind of task force around it. And of course, some of the civs will have less capacity to create giant ships. Others will have more. And again, that's where the design philosophies will be very much different from one species to the next. Here we go. We'll do the same deal on our other ships too. We're just going to get some of this darker stuff in here on these plates so they show up a bit more. We don't want to just keep going to all the way to highlights on those just yet. So yes, capital ships, tons of resources required, and of course they can only be in one place at one time. And of course, when one of those needs repair, they can't just be repaired anywhere. You don't just bring them to Joe's garage for a little touch-up or something. Whereas again, your smaller ships, your cruisers, light cruisers, destroyers, frigates, escorts, that kind of stuff, you can pretty much almost have those repaired anywhere. And as you bring in things like, well, ship repair, that sort of thing, that was the whole purpose of that book that you saw me. The whole purpose of that was for a ship called the Compass Rose, which was essentially a mobile starbase. It even had essentially a deployable space dock. That was one of the aspects of it here. Let me see if I can find that's much later in the book here. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So again, that is essentially a deployable space dock. Let me see if I can find another thing of it there. Thought I had a 2D or more of a 3D type drawing of it there. Let me see if I can find that somewhere. Oh yeah, I still got to make one of these too. Yeah, I got to make me one of these ships for the for TerraForce there. Okay, we're still a few weeks away from starting the TerraForce fleet. Okay, let's leave this guy off to the side. We're gonna let's go all the way back around to our heavy cruiser. Do some of this darker stuff here. Let's get some of our darker. Some of this has a little bit of violet in there too. Some of it has more of a brown coloration. Then we want to remember we want to get the cabin lights in these too, because that again that helps to lend a sense of scale to these ships. Get some right along. There we are. There's about a little more here. Yes, a huge fan of the 3d6 curve. You can do so much more with it. Just was never a fan of D6 systems, like just straight up D6 systems only. Was never a fan of those. Your modifiers are massively limited. It's like, okay, do we want just even a +1 modifier? It can be devastating on either end of the spectrum. And that also really does not take into effect, again, what the crew ability is. And of course, each civ would also have, some might have more advantage in gunnery, some might have more advantage in essentially what you would call seamanship, navigation, whatever. Some ships will have a higher defensive rating than others, which is not just, okay, does it have more armor on it? It could also be, is it faster? Is it more maneuverable? And then it comes down to, again, that whole idea of seamanship. Are they just better at maneuver than you? And of course, those kind of things can also be modified on the strategic level. Do you build more academies? What's the training level of your personnel that are going out there? Is it just like, okay, here's a spacesuit, there's a ship? Yep, so Aaron, those middle three, your 9, 10, 11, you can rely on those. And of course, if you need really extraordinary results, well, 3s and 18s, those are going to be really rare events. There is something, I used to know what it was. There was something like a .003 or some 35, some kind of insanely low percentage for 666 and 111s. And then, of course, speaking of triples, ordinary triples of 3s, 4s, and 5s, those trigger some either a special event or some kind of thing that happens. Could be almost nothing. It could be something very interesting. Again, the first place we'll be testing out the 3d6 system will be in the Cybertheria board game because, well, what if you don't have enough people to control all the characters? You need something to control them, and that's effectively like a dice AI. And each of the characters has tendencies, and the 3d6 rolls are based on the character tendencies, not just like everybody has the same exact chart. Merlin, Guinevere, Nimue, they all have different tendencies on those charts. So yeah, Aaron, basically you would have, you had the pitching chart, you had the hitting chart, and there was ability levels 1 through 5. You would roll on the pitching chart first. The worse the pitcher was, the more the batter took control of the at-bat. Not every result led to contact. Some result just led foul ball, or a strike. And of course, fatigue made the pitcher worse. So if you started out with, let's say, a level 2 pitcher, after a certain amount of fatigue, they drop to a 3. If you had a right-handed pitcher facing a left-handed batter, that 2 would also drop to a 3. Same situation, add some fatigue. Now that 2 is down to a 4. And that's working the same type of thing into this game here. So our we'll destroy there. That's no. Well, let's go to the light cruiser. Haven't done anything with the light cruiser yet. Nice to see you there, Valfera. Valfera, it's been a bizarre week in the neighborhood. So Alberto next door, Valfera. Remember I was telling you about the crazy incident with the people fighting in the backyard on, was that Thursday or something? Yeah, Thursday. It turns out one of my windows actually was broken, and he actually had a couple of his brand new solar lights busted. There's giant pieces of glass sitting there. How these people did manage to slice themselves open, I have no idea. So yeah, it's been a crazy week in the neighborhood, Valfair. It's been really weird. That's another reason why this was later, because Alberto was ringing my doorbell at, I don't know, 9 something o'clock. He was asking me if I had said, like, yeah, oh yeah, I had a front row seat for that. So hopefully everything goes okay there, Valfera. Yeah, that's where it should go. Now here, more of our dark there. Let's do this. Well, unfortunately, there's no one to do that to. More. Oh yeah, let's get the dark around that too. 1 second there, Aaron. Sorry that things just have not. Well, I hate to bring out this individual here, Valfera, but it is appropriate. This guy's always going to have his say, right, Valfera? Aaron, that's why I was actually Alberto. He agreed with me when I said actually Jose and Delilah the same thing. They're like, I just wish it was winter all year long, because this stuff does not happen in winter. Even when it's just in the 30s out there, this stuff does not happen. I don't know if they like migrate somewhere, migrate somewhere for the winter, or they like burrow underground or something. I don't know where they go. But as soon as it's warm, boy, they appear. Let it be somewhere else. They can grow all the crops and all that kind of stuff. We'll just have it be winter 365 days a year. Well, actually, someone did, Velfer. They never showed up. Like when my vehicle got stolen, right? They showed up and they're like, here's some paperwork. Send that to your insurance, folks. See you later. That was the extent of it. So yeah, there was not going to be any local constabulary involved. Let me start to do a little bit more here. Do I want to go more towards the red on that side? Ooh, let me do this. Almost like a bluish green down here, because we got this. Well, maybe we don't got too light here. Don't want to go too light there just yet. How's about a little bit more? Oh, you know what? I'll actually throw in. I'm gonna do more. I'm actually gonna throw in the ultramarine blue here. Let's do that. Ooh, there we go. Yeah, look at that. Oh, you know what that's what I keep forgetting to put up here. I think I sent you that animation too, right, Velfair? The one with the 3 ships? Yeah, I forgot to put that animation up here. I'll have to do that for the next. Well, actually, what I was hoping to do was to basically have a slideshow presentation with all of the different info, right? The all the different cultural stuff. Uh, I was telling Alberto I still have my hockey stick in the basement like when I was a kid. Now, the advantage over a baseball bat is that obviously you have reach and you can do like a little bit of forechecking or something like that. The houses are so close together, you can just kind of like forecheck them into the boards there. Well, into the bricks. There ain't no boards here. It would be into the bricks. So, oh, look at that. Nice little reflection of the greens there. Oh, I was kind of hoping I could do something like, I'm going to do that over here. I'm liking that. I am liking that. Yeah, that's Arda Michael. You just have to watch out. You don't want to get a 5-minute major for roughing, right, Arda Michael? You got to avoid the 5-minute major. Do this. I mean, yeah. Let's kind of do a little halvesies here. We got that olive green here now. A little bit of transition to this here. Arda Michael, now I'm starting to think about, what would be the shock value of coming out there with a hockey mask and some goalie equipment. Yeah, not a hockey stick, but like a goalie stick. Yeah, not a regular hockey stick. Oh, it's not a solar panel there, Velfair. It's a solar light. Not a solar panel, a solar light. Because that way they would have, if they were fighting on the roof there, Velfair, then everybody would have probably noticed that. And of course, Camda, now, I don't think they let you do it anymore, but remember the goalies, they used to have some really interesting art painted on those goalie masks. Do I need? Oh, there, a goalie mask that looks like the Witch King of Angmar. Oh, with a flaming crown on top of it. There you go. Suddenly you go from hockey goalie to Nazgul. I don't. Uh, so yeah, you got something like this individual coming at him right there. You got that kind of a mask on. I mean, just ask Landrast what the shock value is of a sudden appearance of the autocorrect monster in the dark right in front of you. Just ask Landrast what that's like. He'll tell you. Now, unless you're Camden, and of course you have a secret deal, a secret alliance with the autocorrect monster. Yeah, Velfira, solar panels on your roof around here it's a bad idea on about 20 different levels. I'm kind of glad that nobody on my block has those. Just because I'm imagining those, well, whether it's March, April, May, June, July, August, October, whatever, a certain kind of wind comes along and those become mobile. I'm going to go, let me get this. Let me get some of this red over here. One second there, Aaron. There you go. Now, did you have any special guests there hanging out with you tonight, Landress, or is it just kind of just a chill out night at the Casa there? So again, that's a little bit of a red, and then it's going to start to migrate down here into where we've got our kind of our bluish green down there. Let's do that over here. These guys down here, that's going to get a little different coloration. Again, this is our tanker right here. So essentially, now again, as far as the game goes, every if you're going to have a task force and you don't have a tanker or refinery ship or some kind of ship like that or multiple supply ships there, needless to say, the fighty component of your task force drops. So we were talking about that, those ability levels, right? Yeah, if you let's say you have some really nifty ships, your ships are kind of in that 1 or 2 scale. Well, if you don't have one of these ships, well, you start moving really slow. And if you don't have resupply ships with you, your ship rating, well, that begins to drop. So yeah, just imagine this gent right here looking you square in the face, coming out the door with a hockey stick. That might have a little bit of a psychological impact, wouldn't you say, Valfera? I'm just now. Well, let's see. Now, you would have made something like that out of Warbler in the past. I wonder. Well, now you could. Well, you could 3D print it, and it would actually. Oh, and if you use the hard enough material, hey, Landraz, do you think that there's 3D printable material that's either hard enough or resilient enough to kind of offer the same protection as a hockey goalie mask? Now all of a sudden this needs to be tested, Landrast. We'll put the mask on M-Tellies and we'll hit him with the stick and we'll see what happens. we'll see. He'll let us know if the mask works or not. Trying to get me a little bit more of this yellow in here. Would it just be that ABS like stuff there, Camda, or is I'm guessing there's other stuff that's even harder or maybe more flexible. I don't know. So are we gonna? We went from printing masks to all of a sudden talking about face hardened material like tank armor and ship armor. Speaking of ships, yeah, I would imagine there's all kinds of interesting things possible now, right, Aaron? No, that wasn't supposed to go there. Well, gee whiz, look at that. It's like we've got ourselves an eraser, and it's all gone. Tragedy averted. There was just way too much thinner on that. And by way too much, I mean there was a metric ton too much thinner on that. We'll try it again. It's not a problem. We're just looking to get a teensy bit of that green in this area right here. And what about our wings? That are not wings, because these aren't feathers, right, Camda? These are not. These are armor plates. They're not feathers. No, those aren't feathers. Totally not. They look like them. They're not. Bit more of that green here, and again, you're gonna get your fill of panel lineage here, Camda. Because again, we got 4 ships that we're doing here all at once. There will be some panel lines. Okay, that's gonna be what you're. Okay, fine. A little bit up here. Now, the yellow here. Speaking of nozzles, there, I gotta get that .2 nozzle going. Because even printing up these with the .2 nozzle, that would be kind of interesting. See what see what these guys look like from the .2 noz, and of course all of the busts and the other thing that we're printing out, those might benefit. Also, too, now Grand Oracle, I was thinking a ship like this, what I could do is either if I want to print it, say like 16 inches long, I could chop this into 3 pieces and then have that totally flat edge that is in contact with the build plate, so it has something to actually really attach to the build plate. So Valfera, some of it is atmospheric, like the that big transport ship. Also, too, a little bit of your Skyclaw transports. There's a little bit of that involved too. It's also something. Think of it. Well, think of them as very fancy-looking sponsons, Valfera. Yes, we don't have anybody in the chat here that loves sponsons. Sponsons, which are sponsored by Sponson and Sponson. Where's our battleship here? Again, there's a good example for you. Again, it's a place to hang stuff. They're like gigantic coat hangers. So it's essentially Camda. It's a way to have less bulky ships, but shall we say carry the same amount of stuff, if that makes any kind of sense. Whereas, okay, so ships like your like the Moskin ships, your Terraforce ships, your Jolarin ships, those are based on essentially like a spine, and then you kind of attach stuff to the spine. They tend to be much more on the bulky side. Your Ballisteri ships, again, those are ring technology. So we have kind of a central core, and then you essentially kind of hang your different parts on that central core. The Iberian ships also have kind of a central core, and then you sort of, again, you attach things to that. So most races, they kind of have a central core, and you add stuff to it. Now on the Jolarin ships, most of their weapons, I don't know if you want to say they're case-mated, but they're much more hull-mounted, whereas your Terraforce ships, much more turret-based. So lots of turrets, not quite as much with the fixed weaponry. The downside of the turret weapons is they don't quite have the power of the fixed weaponry. So your Jolarin ships having those hull-mounted weapons, again, it's those are they're gonna have a more powerful hit to them. Obviously, their firing arc is reduced, as in some cases none. But again, if one of those hits you, you're gonna notice it. You you will definitely say like, oh, that kind of hurt. I guess you could say the ultimate erector set ship is pretty much that would be your Muskin. That is very much an erector set ship. You're literally just like here, just we're attaching a bunch of boxes on there. Your Jolaran ships or your Jolaran ships think. Do I? Well, actually, we got this here. So in some ways, their ships are more like these. Your pagoda mast type Japanese ships, your Nagatos, Fusos, Kongos, that sort of thing. That's more the type of ships that you're looking at there. Again, with kind of tall superstructures. Perhaps a little bit later. Yeah, let's get a little bit more of our light stuff on these guys now. So yeah, there's Sponson and Sons, right, Artemika? Again, there's Sponson and Sponsons. I suppose you could say that the Terra Force ships, the ship itself is a giant sponson. I mean, it literally they're basically platforms that you put different loadouts on. And again, each Civ has has a different approach to shipbuilding because, okay, well, much like say the difference between your British, Italian, French, German navies versus say your Japanese navy, the U.S. Navy, U.S. ships, well, they had to be able to go through the Panama Canal, so they could only be so wide. Didn't matter how big you wanted to make them, there was a hard limit on how wide they could be. Even again, slipways are slipways, whether they're spaceships or regular ships. You ain't got the slipways, you ain't got the ability to make that ship. Them's the breaks. This is well, definitely much more of our red in it here. You can see again, this ship is really starting to take form now. I think we're only like 2 hours in. Oh, look at wow, we're almost to Cinco Dos, Camda. We're just minutes away from Cinco Dos. No, that's we're not playing a Navy game. Cinco Dos. We're saying Cinco Dos. Let's go back to our heavy cruiser here. So Camda, if you recall the El Chiba, basically the fish guys, the fish and chips there, they will have. I'm going to be using the interference paints on those like crazy, Valfera. So you'll definitely be seeing that on the El Chiban ships. Well, you may not see too much of it on camera. Unfortunately, it doesn't really show up that great on camera. All it does is kind of make a giant reflection, and then the camera can't pick up on it. That's kind of what happens with those. If you're wondering why I don't use them more often, that's kind of why, because you can't see them as they're being worked with. Yeah, that's if you think this species is hard to get kind of like modular parts for their ships, that one is even tougher. At least here I've got some ideas on how to again create a more modular type of a way to put these together. The Elcheben ships, oh my god, I have no clue. And some of those ships could also be difficult to print out, kind of like our Seri Republic ships. This one wasn't too bad. It's relatively solid, and if I print it out another 10-15% bigger, it'll be that much more solid. Gonna make you even lighter right along this patch here. Bit more of our light there. Now this here got more of the gold in it. Well, a little bit more of the yellow in there. So like right here, this is one of the rare turrets that you're going to see on a Seri Republic ship. And they tend to be more fixed mounts. So Velfred, that's what we've been saying all along. That's kind of the whole point of this, is we're doing on every single ship. You can see some of the reddish color there. We got greens, reds, more yellow. You can see the reds there. And again, if you see this video, you can see some of the more reddish colors there. You can see right here, right where my thumb is, a definite tint towards the red there. Pull this further out. Now we need some of that over here too. Some of that over here. Whoops, not that much. Well, looky here. We got ourselves a blend. Oh, well, look, it's all gone. It's pretty much what we wanted there. In the end, anyways. Even your Terraforce ships, which nominally people would say, well, that's blue. And I'm thinking we're going to go, I'm going to try to go with the ultramarine blue on our Terraforce ships. We'll see if that works out. Okay. Your, is it the, oh yeah, the Moskin ship? No, that's the Chetzok ship. Those are going to have much more in the range of, like, say, some oranges. That's going to be a real different color scheme. The Alberian ships, those are going to be the kind of like a almost like a parchment type color. Your Woden ship, those are going to be really close to white, basically white and black. Your Gaia ships, well, lots of greens there. Jolerins, kind of your sort of a battleship gray. Yes, Burner, these are oil paints. Here we can show you some of the different brands. Here we have, well, there was the initial big three, which was Gamblin, Windsor Newton, and Williamsburg right there. Then we added Richardson to that, so that was your big four. Then the big four became the big five when we added the Paul Rubens. Now the advantage of these, A, Alkids, B, you can get those on Amazon, and also too, they're definitely less expensive than regular ones there. So yeah, we're using regular oil paints here, start to finish. Let's see, 2 hours and 24 minutes ago, all four of these ships. That's what they looked like right there. And again, there's these two. We have our light cruiser, and where's our tanker? There is our tanker right there. Now we're going to try to start getting some of our lighter stuff here. We got to make sure we get to our engine glow as well. Don't want to miss that. So we're getting a little too light there. We'll just, again, let that do some mixing. Do some mixing. And now we've gone more towards more towards the yellow there. And again, as we kind of get towards the close of this, then we'll get down to all the panel lineage. And that should look very interesting for all of our ships here. Note, Velfair, this is a typical Armada Monday when we're not painting a capital ship. So do you remember some of the Armada Mondays with the Battlefleet Gothic stuff? If we were painting like the little tiny escorts and stuff, we would do, geez, like 10 of those. That's why I was trying to prep a whole bunch of these smaller ships. Like, again, we'll probably be working on 6, 7, 8 of these smaller ships on one stream, probably next week. But that's pretty much standard procedure there for non-capital ship painting streams. Plus those, now we've pretty much got the color scheme locked in, right, Valfira? So it's a little easier now. Whereas before it was kind of like, I really don't know what we're doing here. Yeah, okay, do we want the engine glow to be this? Do we want the say, hull plating parts to be this coloration or not? Once that gets locked in, and now we've already painted, what, four of the heavies. Once we get down to these guys, again, we're pretty locked in when it comes to what we want to do color-wise. Makes things a little bit easier when it comes to the, let's get a bunch of these babies done. So yes, Velfir, everything like we've been saying, it says right there on the description, these are Seri Republic ships. And, well, the overlay too might give it away there too, Velfira. You can see we got our bird brain in the corner there. Oh, and also too, Valfira, see this scene that's right underneath me here? That is what I was hoping to paint on Thursday. So again, that's this race right here. Again, there's a little bit of quick view of what they look like. And then here again is, that's kind of their main ethos there, the 3 thoughts: low thought, middle thought, high thought. And again, that's kind of a little view of their home world right there. And this is, again, all part of the Seri Republic fleet. And we'll be working on these guys again next Monday. But then the week after that, because let's see, this is the 9th, so next Monday will be what, the 16th or something? Well, no, it'll be the 15th because now it's Tuesday here. So that would be the 15th. So think the birthday stream. I might actually be painting some of my Terraforce stuff, and there might be a particular ship, if I can have it printed out by then. We might even be doing a very particular ship. It would be a giant one, Valfira. I mean, it would be, let's put it this way, it would be larger than that carrier. Again, it's kind of a small mobile starbase. That's kind of the philosophy behind it. Probably still on a 90mm base. But it's going to be massive. That doesn't go there. We'll just take some of that away, like you do. So I'm hoping, again, by the stream next week, I have a little bit of a little slideshow kind of a thing, so that you can see even more aspects of this this particular society and such, and we'll try to do that for every species as we go along. What I was going to do is actually try and I was gonna buy another USB drive, like a 2 to 4 terabyte one. Get that put in with the hub here, and then because right now there's not enough space for that many images to create slideshows on this hard drive. So what we'll try and do is we'll try and expand that capacity with the hub and USB drive system. There used to be I think it was like it was probably a 1 terabyte SD drive or whatever in the computer here, but that died. That was what was causing all the mischief a couple of years ago with the streams. So burner, the oils are so much more fun. They're so much more chill. They're less expensive. You don't need as many of them. I might have 11 colors out here. That is it. And you can see I'm able to blend kind of at my leisure, right, burner? I don't have to be bouncing off the wall like rushing against time or anything like that. No wet palettes, no don't have to mask things off like with an airbrush or something. And if you go back to the early portion of these streams, burner, it was very easy to create these little spacescapes. I mean, really, really, really easy. Let's bounce back to our light cruiser here. Now they are very different. You can't have the same, shall we say, approach with the oils that you would with the acrylics. These are not. You don't want to think of them as just super slow drying acrylics, because well, they'll be super slow drying, all right. So a lot of the stuff that you would do with acrylics, you kind of just put that to the side when you're using the oils. You want to use the oils to their maximum advantage. And if you treat them like acrylics, well, you're kind of unfortunately dumping those advantages right over the side. Don't want to do that. We want to hang on to those advantages. Now it should be interesting. Well, even this one, I think. Oh yeah, you'll be able to see it here, right, Valfira? So you got some yellow there. You have kind of a reddish tint there and a greenish tint there. Well, it's about to just become no tint whatsoever. Zoink. So again, it looks very, very, very flat there. We'll bring this back. There you go. Now let's get this ship out here. Again, you can see there's reds, yellows, green. Well, until there's none. Now this is a little bit more of the shading on it, so there's a bit more shape to it, say, than some of our other ones. We're still bringing it back. Okay, now how's about our completed ship here? And again, you can see there's some green there, there's some red there. That's got some yellows and greens there. Again, there's plenty of shape there, but you lose out on a lot of contrast until you get to this part here. Almost, there you go. So burner, well, I just basically, for the most part, I'm just using craft brushes anyway. I mean, these are quite literally pennies on the dollar. I think you get 50 of them for $9 or something. And again, just get these on Amazon. This does most of the work. The only expensive brush we have is this $5.30 liner brush right here. The oil paints are much easier on the brushes because the paint's not getting into that ferrule and drying. That's what destroys brushes. And guess what? With the acrylics, well, that stuff's going directly into the ferrule and it's drying in there. And you ain't getting that stuff out of there either. So the oils are far less destructive on brushes for that very reason. And when it comes to thinner, you're not using very much of it at all. Typically, I mean, that's it. That's how much thinner. That's a milk jar cap right there. There's your thinner right there. So have yourself a good night's sleep there, Valfira. If you do happen to conk out there, I'll try to send you some more images there, Valfira. Again, the siblings they're gonna be here in the afternoon, so it'd either be like late evening or something like that, Valfira, or maybe Wednesday morning or whatever. But I got some fun stuff to share with you. Was able to kind of work out because well, obviously we focused a lot on New Terra, but Earth is still around, and now I've really hashed out all the stuff that I wanted to do with Earth again way back 30 years ago when I first came up with the concept of this universe. So as I was finally able to kind of visualize some of the main locations of Earth, because on Earth the new capital of Earth is a place called it's called Highgard. And of course, to initially kind of survive in the aftermath of that Jolderin attack, most people kind of went underground. There were certain species of plants and trees that proved themselves to be resistant or at least more resilient. So more and more of those were planted over the course of decades, if not centuries. So where on New Terra you have a giant memorial wall 3.5 miles long, on Earth you have a memorial forest which is many miles long because well, it just keeps going. And that's the thing about a memorial forest is it kind of just maintains itself and keeps going. Thanks, Phil, for your appreciate that. I cannot confirm nor deny what kind of chow might be had. I'm not sure if it will be of the pizza variety or not. Don't know that yet, Velfira. I'll shoot you a heads up, though, after the fact. And of course, it's much easier. Okay, let's get into our stuff like this here. It is so much easier to do the object source lighting because the colors are so much more luminous. It's way easier to do all the freehand stuff because you can get much smaller shapes out of the brush, and of course again the luminosity of the paint. Well, and here again with the historicals. We painted this. What was this, like a 4.5 hour stream ish, something like that? Again and those are not decals. Those are all painted on. All that is painted on. And then of course we've got the color intensity here. You're just not getting that kind of color intensity out of the acrylics, and then the durability is well unmatched. Because again, there's a reason why houses used to be painted with oil paints and not acrylics, because people didn't want to have to repaint their houses every year, so they used oil paints. So again, that longevity is really nifty. Very, very nice to have. Again, you've got kind of the conservation on, well, money. There's also the conservation on time. Because there's an awful lot of blending that's going on here. Okay, like right there. How many times did you see me go back to the palette to get another lighter color? Or I just went like this, and then just went like that, and then took another brush, and then just went like that. So again, that's another thing that you're just not doing with the acrylics because, well, that's not what they do. There's other stuff that they do well. Might as well use the acrylics for what they do well. Now, when it comes to the oils, unless you're using the alkyds, your drying time is not going to be fast. So if you need them for a tournament the next day, that that's not gonna be ideal. So burner, the ships that I'm doing here, I'll actually be able to handle these by this time tomorrow. And what's it? Now it's Tuesday, so by Thursday they should just be all dry. That would be it. They're just dry. They're done, ready to go because I'm using the alkyds. Also, not using tons and tons of paint. That is also very helpful. Now, if you're going to use like that one I showed you with the cadmium red, if you're putting that on, say, metal or cast resin as opposed to the FDM, that could take days to dry. So there's going to be trade-offs. Again, with the alkyds, you're going to get much faster drying times. And by faster drying times, I mean that sometimes they're drying on the palette. Yeah, some of these colors here over on the palette, while they won't be like bone dry, they're getting dry. I can tell even now when I start trying to grab some of them that they're starting to get a little tacky over there. And again, the advantage of the alkyds is that they are going to be on the cheaper side. Again, they don't have quite the luminosity though of your regular oil paints. They shouldn't. They shouldn't cost a fraction and then have the same pigmentation. That would be a little bit unfair. It is a rough and tumble material, is it not, Camden? It can really take a hit. All kidding aside, I mean it can really take a hit. I've seen. I'm like, there's no way there's still paint there after that. Oh no, there it is. I guess no paint is invulnerable. Oh, and also too, you don't want to use no rattle can primers, none of that kind of stuff. Yeah, no rattle can. Well, I wouldn't use them for acrylics either, but you definitely don't want to be using those for oil paints. Ye old Stynylrez primer, brush it on or very nicely. Now I think I might. I'm gonna again refresh the medicine super quick here. We shall return. Don't go anywheres. Because well, if anything, we got to start doing our panel lineage, right? We cannot skip out on panel lines. We got engine glow to do. We got a bunch of other stuff to do because we're not even at hour number 3 yet. But yeah, don't go anywheres. We will be right back. I think I'm actually going to go back to some of my darker stuff here on this guy. Then we also, again, there's some parts of this, right, that are not, they're actually not this gold slash bronze color. Now we're not getting into the panel line stuff just yet. I'm just trying to create a couple extra shapes in here on these bits here. I mean, that's pretty wild, right, Camden, that you would have to go to kind of those lengths to be able to take that away. And the fact that it works just as well on metal, FDM, resin, printed resin, that's just really fantastic. And it just works really well on so many different surfaces. I think it really, actually, really shines on things like FDM. Much easier using it on that than say, acrylics or whatever. And again, we will be coming back with our... we're going to do those kind of cabin lights on our ships too. Let me get some of the... in here. We're going to have to come back with some of our lights here too. I'm just trying to set up this little bit with the dark here. Yeah, not necessarily panel lines. This is more just structural stuff we're trying to do here. And remember, even on these elements here, the panel lines, they're actually on there to take away some of that appearance of feathers. Okay, let me get that there too. One more line there. These definitely. Nah, that's too much of it. I'm just going to take that away. That was not quite what I was looking for there. That's alright. Try it again. Yeah, I think that's a little better. That's more like what I was looking for. So again, over on this side here. That's got a whole bunch more structure to it now. Sometimes, Cam, they're just holding on to it, right? I just would hold it in my hand and be like, wait a minute, what the heck happened here? Just merely touching it, or when you'd have the foam, was one of the reasons I stopped using the foam cases and started magnetizing things, because the foam itself would rub the paint off of there. Yeah, I don't think that's happening too much with the oil paints, tell you that. I don't really think so. That's another place right in there. I want to again have some of my windows. Here's another place potentially over here. Or I might want to try and do some of my window stuff. This is again, right now it's a mix of the umber and the black, but normally just use Van Dyke Brown, but there's really no Van Dyke Brown alkyds. Again, that's going to be the other limitation. It's kind of like was it the water washable oils, which I still got to do a army painting series with the water washable oil. That was probably the next. That was the next series I was hoping to do. Was just to utilize those for an army painting series, only because we haven't done that yet. And those, well, again, those just you kind of surrender too many advantages of actual oil paints using those. So I'm not really big into the water washable oil paints. You pretty much give up almost all of the advantages. Do I want to? No, I have to go with the lighter stuff. Yeah, let me do that now. Let me get. Or do I just break out a new one of these? I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna grab me a new one. I mean, I got tons of them here. Again, we were talking about these. Oh, that's the other. I gotta get me another batch of these. What was it? Was it the double zeros that I tried, or the zero? I haven't tried the ones yet. I might try to get the ones and see how those work out. All right, let me get some of this greenish color here on the bottom, on the ventral side of this hole here. We haven't really done a whole bunch down here, and this one's got a bunch of stuff going on. So let's get some more stuff happening again on this ventral side here. Nothing terribly complex, right? We're just using one of our cheap, crafty brushes, doing what effectively is a bunch of dry brush. However, since all this paint is, well, wet, it's all wet blending. So even though this looks like a dry brush, everything here is being wet blended. I mean, this is not the easiest area to reach. Why would we want to have to very, very laboriously at that try to do layer after layer after layer here, or we just do what I just did there. We just kind of dry brush some stuff on there and say, all right, let's have at it again. Now this is a little bit later, but not just one little step later. That's more significantly later, because again, like here, we can let that just do a bunch of blending. We'll let it do the blending there. Now maybe even a little bit more of the yellow here as we lighten this up in a few places. So you can see there, that's significantly later. But again, I got 2 fingers on this brush. That is it. And look at all this blending here. That's just kind of happening by default. Don't have to screw around in an area that's real hard to reach that people are going to have a heck of a time seeing. It's hard for me to even show it on camera. Why would you want to spend a whole ton of time doing that? You could pretty much almost paint a whole nother small ship or something like that in the time that you save, not having to fool around too much. And again, here, that didn't go where we wanted. We just blend that right away. It's like we got an eraser here. And then we continue on our merry way. We'll do it some more here. Also there. Let me just grab a little bit more of that lighter color. for that. Okay. We haven't done a whole bunch of stuff on the underside of this guy here. So let us start to do some. Again, that is mixing with what's already there. Just let it mix. Where's that again? There's it. That's got a little bit more of the yellow in there. Whoops. Big old chunk of paint on that brush. How's about we get rid of that? That's better. And now, see, we start to get a little bit less carefree with them. So we're starting to be a little more targeted with that now. A little more targeted. Same deal on this side. Alright. Practically no grip on the brush whatsoever. Yet we got ourselves plenty of control. Let's do this over here. Leave that stuff alone. And again, it was 2 hours and 56 minutes ago that everything just looked like that. And you can see some of the spray dots on there, Velfira. You can see some of those spray. Oh, that was the one I was. Yeah, this one here. I'm like, wait a minute. There's one of these where we didn't really get a chance to do very much on the ventral side of the hull like we're about to do now. So we're just going to slap that on there. I'll take this here. So we're just going to push that on in the existing paint that's already there. For an area you can hardly see unless you literally pick this up, turn it upside down. Why would we want to be sitting there spend like a half an hour or whatever just like on this portion here? We want to be able to get some nice stuff on here. I don't want it to just be nothing. See here we can even come, look at that little bit of the dark right there. No, back to the this olive green really has been the perfect perfect color for the Seri Republic fleet. That's for sure. That's one of your Paul Rubens colors. So the Paul Rubens kind of nifty in that I know people, they don't like to buy individual color. They just want, I want to buy a set. I want to buy the whole set. I want to be done with it. I don't want to fool around getting one at a time. Well, then the Paul Rubens are for you because they come as sets. You kind of know you don't have a choice. They don't come any other way. You either get them as a set or you don't get them basically at all. Now, they might, if you're in an area where they have them in your local art store or something, okay, different story, but that's probably not the Alkids. Keep in mind, you gotta make sure with the Paul Rubens, you want to be looking for the Alkids. And again, you can just get them on Amazon. I would suggest you wait until Prime Days, Black Friday, whenever there's sales on Amazon, that's when you want to kind of pounce on the Paul Rubens. Was it the set of 38 or something like that? Just wait until they're basically 63 bucks. Don't pull the trigger until they're 63 bucks. I learned that the hard way because I didn't realize they would drop so significantly in price, and I didn't know I was even going to be using them yet. So I paid more like 90 something bucks ultimately for the 38. You don't want to be doing that. So do yourself a favor. Stick them in the old cart there, whatever, and then when it says, "Hey, looky here, they're on sale," then you can jump on them. I know that there is like I don't know, there's some other, I guess there's an Amazon Prime Days coming up towards the end of June here or something. I was initially going to get more Paul Rubens stuff, but I need printer cartridges. as an old, well, not necessarily old-fashioned, but for the Epson 1500 or 15,000, whatever the heck it is, I gotta actually gotta get me some cartridges for that because we're printing a ton of stuff. All kinds of different sheets again for, and I haven't even started printing out these yet. Now these, I've tried to convert these into essentially almost like black and white type things that I can at least use the laser printer to print out so that I can just have the information to look at. It won't look so spectacular, but at least it's printed and I can just look at it. Yeah, more of this here. Yeah, that other thing. Yeah, that's a no go for us here. I don't know why, but yeah, we can't. We have no access to that here. I tried. I'm not really sure why, because there's other ones that I think are pretty much in the same classification as that Camda, and those work fine. No problem with them. What's the? Oh yeah, Timu. That's the one I'm thinking. I'm thinking that's kind of the same deal. Yeah, maybe Camden. I need to actually look on there and see if they got the Paul Rubens there. I've actually been able to. Well, actually, one of my. Well, it's a couple of tables and some. Oh, the display stuff. That's right. Yes, some of the display stuff I used at Adepticon actually came from there, and just like plastic cases that I can stackable plastic cases that I can use for holding stuff. That also came from there. I don't want to lose that bit of red that we've got there. Don't want to lose out on that. We're getting pretty close to, let me go to final. Well, I don't know about final, but let me go to brighter highlights here. I mean, it is, oh, it's hour number 3. It is hour number 3, I believe, if I can find it here. We're going to put this out there. Gee whiz, we're getting pretty close to Cinco Trace there, Camda. Yeah, we're basically a half hour away from that. Looky there. All right, let us do. Where's my thinner here? Just start breaking you down a smidge. Yeah, that's not. We're not looking to use that. That's why we're going to continue to break that down here. Mixing a little bit of the yellow with it, and then now we're starting to get to some of our brightest lights here. So again, if if I get to do the, I have a feeling that if I don't get to do the Thursday stream, what we might do is we'll just say flat Friday, and we'll do our painting on Friday. Because I might just need one extra day this week to be just doing regular paint stuff. And Thursday is going to be adventurous when it comes to the weather stuff. Maybe that we just kind of say, okay, we'll just we won't try to stream or wait out weather for a stream. I'll just do that work stuff, and then we'll just do the Friday Saturday stream. Kind of sort of like what we had to do this last week. I think it was the Friday stream I wasn't able to do this last week. Which actually meant I had more stuff for the Saturday stream, so it kind of worked out all in the end. There we go. And now I'm going to go with a little bit more of the green-ish stuff over here on this side of the... Well, another sponson here, Camden. Another sponson. I mean, that counts. It's a wing, but it's also a sponson. Sponsored by sponsons. Couple more of our lighter greens in here. No, I guess we've gone kind of as light as we can go in there. Interesting. I didn't think we could really go a whole lot lighter there, but I guess we could. Now here, also going a whole lot lighter. And then we gotta start working with our regular gray stuff that doesn't have any of the green or the yellow or the pinks or anything like that. That's kind of probably some of the last things we'll do before at least we start to get into our panel lineage. And like I mentioned in that tutorial video a bunch of times, that panel line stuff, it makes a massive difference when it comes to seeing this as like, okay, it's a tiny little ship versus, oh, that looks actually, it almost looks like it could be a very large ship. And that's what the panel lines do. It's the one thing that your mind kind of says, you know what, that ought to be about this size. So if it's that size, then this little thing must be really giant for that big panel to only be this size. So again, it's kind of a way to show that, again, that sense of scale. I'm do 4 of these. Yeah, let's just do these 4 like little mini lines in there. That's good. There's a whole bunch of thinner in that. My goodness. Start to lighten up these guys a little too. Yeah, we're really doing much of anything on the weapons themselves. We're going to start getting into those now too. Again, really glad that I didn't bother doing a bunch of stuff on the base like I did on the other ones. Learned my lesson there, because all I kept doing was just removing the paint with my finger. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of paint on my finger now. Let's hit the edge of that, and now maybe some of the edge of these here. Is nice. Our gun mounts here, but let me take the pansy gray here. Almost kind of getting like a bluish gray. We'll get this on some of the engine stuff, on especially on the other ships. We'll really need it there. Alright. There. To the much lighter stuff we go along here. way too. Okay. Put you to the side. This one, all of this engine stuff here, paints gray again. So again, kind of a bluish gray along these engine cowlings and such. Yeah, yeah, let's lighten this up. Let's go later with this. Top of that where it's going to catch a little bit of light. Oh, gee whiz, we forgot about that over here. Let's get some of that on these weapon mounts there. Continue on here. That. A little bit more over here too. There we are. Okay. To the dark we go, and I'm gonna maybe just here grab some of the pansy gray. So again, let's come in here and define some more shapes, shall we? There. Oh, maybe even a couple more over here. Can you see it? Hard to see. I realize that. Then, but we'll be working on are the engine glow too. Well, we'll be getting to that. I'm thinking a little more there. Okay, and on that side too. All right. That could certainly be a touch lighter. Now back to the really dark stuff here on the end of these. In there. Let's break these down into some separate shapes here. Okay, that ends about there, and then one more there. And the panel line stuff is going to make a big difference. I mean, it was huge for capital ships because it again made him go from okay some little small ship to something that was way bigger and much more impressive. Let me just use. It's a little confusing there. I'm just going to use that. Here and just get rid of that. That's some of our green stuff there that I'm looking at. And also these little spots right here from our spatter stars also is a bit distracting there. Just get rid of that for now, and then we're gonna do. Let's get the umber and the black mixed together. So we've been doing a lot of lighter stuff here. Now we're just gonna again hit a little bit of this darker area here on this ventral side of the ship. To the dark we go again. And now let's really start to lock in the shapes here. After we do this, then I think we can start to dive into panel lines. But we really want to lock in these shapes first. Pretty sure we did this on also on the tanker. I think so. So we are now 3 hours 15 minutes in. We are working on 4 different ships. Got more new ships for our Seri Republic fleet. More ships on the way next week. And then hoping to start a whole another brand new fleet, whole new species of, whole new fleet of ships. Not these guys. I will just every so often I will be adding other ships to these fleets. Kind of as they get added in, we'll paint those up on stream too. Yeah, Camda. I tried doing this with the Seri, and there's actually a there is a Terraforce ship that is similar to. Well, it's obviously much boxier than this, but it's kind of in that destroyer class. Where maneuverability is a thing, right, Camda? Maneuverability definitely is a thing. Up and over there. And maybe this needs to also be darker here. So I think we've got that. Oh, I thought we had L squared. We got to do these a little more on these. Yeah, I tried printing out this one much smaller, and let's just put it this way, there was a lot of mischief that emerged trying to print that. So that's why this is a lot bigger than it originally was. And by a lot bigger, I mean tons bigger than it originally was going to be printed. Now, let me see if we can maybe start to break down some of our ships here with some panel lineage. This is our light cruiser here. Light cruiser. I'm also going to here, let me move this ship out of the way. We have that over there as a reference. Okay. Trying this again. And of course, the very different philosophy on these panel lines than when we were doing these stuff on our Galactica style ships. Because these are much more organic. They're not following any kind of the usual rectilinear approach. In some cases, practically asymmetrical too. That should come down here. Unless that didn't work out the way we wanted to, in which case I'm going to take this and I'm going to take some of this. And we'll just say negatory on that. That didn't work the way I wanted, so we're just going to rework it. There you go. Try it again. Now this. More panel lines over here. And yeah, the more of this we do, the more it should start to look like a ship that has a little more size to it. If for any other reason, again, you see these panels here and you say, okay, well, that's got to be at least this size. I think it comes up from here down there. And then a little cross brand attached there. To break this down now into panels. How do we want this to go? I think we're just going to have it go like that. Perhaps even another one that comes down this way. There. And then, again, this is where we're going to have our cabin lights here. So having that be darker there, not a bad idea. Continuing some of that panel line activity down here. Again, not a ton, just a little bit to again give you the idea. Now up here, let's see if we can do that too. Let me break this down a little more thinner here. All right. Break this stuff down. Well, that was over there. Let me do a little bit more with this. Okay. Right, these down into smaller and smaller and smaller shapes. And then these guys here, when we start doing this, it starts to look a little bit less like just, okay, feathers. We've been doing this on all of our ships, the same kind of thing. I'll also come back with my light stuff here on these. The ends of these. Come on, there we go. And this is kind of how we can make these look a little bit less like feathers, is if we have these panel line things that really don't look, they don't go anything like in the direction, say, you would think of for a feather. And then they start looking more like maybe metal plates and less just like, okay, feathers. Do I have, yeah, here, let me get some of the Indian yellow, and I'm gonna mix it with some of this. That's getting a little bit gummy there. Maybe I guess I should have put a little bit of drop of thinner on that. That's gonna go on the edges of these wings. Then we'll hit the our really light white on the edges of those two, because we got that sitting over here. Nah, I'm gonna attack it from this direction. Yep, that's the better way. On this side now, doing the same thing. These cowlings over here, we're gonna try and get some of the lighter stuff on the top of them. Now our weapons over here, let me do a similar thing. Tops of these. Now those start to stand out nicely. These two. Lighten that up. This too. That was a big old clump of paint on the end of that one. That was not gonna work too well. Had to get rid of that. Lighten you up maybe a little bit too. Okay, and kind of change the, yeah, here, let's get this. That side too. Yeah, okay, let me hit this again now that I see that. Alright. That works. Ooh, didn't get this side of the engine cowling. Alright. I see you. I see you now. To the green we go. I think that's our floral green mixed with the little bit of our phthalo green. Take this over the top of some of our light there, and then we're gonna go even darker. So we got our More the phthalo green, and then some of our Indian yellow. I guess I have to break that down some more. This definitely cannot be like a pin line wash here. And now, as I think as we do this, we're gonna get more of a, yeah, we'll get more glow out of the center of our engines there. And let me take this really light stuff here. Boom. And once again, touch more light on the end of that too. And on these plates. And now let's do a similar thing here on our cruiser. Oh boy, it's almost Cinco Trace there, Cam. They're just a few minutes away. Minutes away from something that does not mean a single thing. Heck, apparently except to us. Don't know why. It just does. Alright, panel lines again. I try not to get too far ahead of ourselves here. We kind of do like one line and then try to replicate it kind of on the other side. And then we just kind of start to build from there. And you can see that is very much not just a bunch of rectangles. It's kind of a bunch of trapezoids and rhombozoids and all kinds of zoids. Goes down there. So again, just trying to break this up again into as many random shapes as we can. Or seemingly random. And again, the smaller the shapes are, the larger sense of scale we create. Right, because you're again imagining those being individual metal plates instead of just like, okay, it's one. All it took was like one plate to do this whole thing. That should come down. That meets up with it. Now we got a whole bunch of panel lineage to do there too. We got lots of panel lines to do. Also too, by not just doing, okay, a whole bunch of the kind of the rectangle style shapes, it gives this more of a, dare I say, more of an alien look to it. See you later there, Erid. Have yourself a good night. Erid, if you wanted to, one more time, post the old Pinterest links there, please go ahead do that. And of course, again, glad, Erid, that kind of no harm, no foul, right, on the Home Depot incident there. Again, everybody please give Erid a follow. Everybody check out that Pinterest link there. Check out the Pinterest link that was just shared. Do we get, well, we might have to lighten that to show that off a little more. I'm gonna go that way with it. breaking these down into, in some cases, much smaller shapes, in some cases, much larger shapes. I think it goes, yeah, one came back down to about here. And then everything else pretty much kind of almost goes a little bit like this. And then a shape like that. One more of those. And then there's a long one that comes down this way. And one more like that. Now up here. Let's get the ends of these, like we were doing the ends of our other ships there. One by one. So Celia there, Erid, have yourself a fantastic night. Appreciate you being here as always. Break this down now into some separate shapes. Replicate this over here. And again, shapes that really have nothing to do with the, which way did, okay, that goes this way here. And then another one that way, so not following the texture of these feathers, whatever, and this is where we're gonna again start to do textures that don't have anything to do with where the feathers are pointed or anything like that. Again, trying to make these look more like metal plates, less like feathers. Definitely less like feathers. One that goes this way, one that goes that way. Can I break this down into a second one? Yes, I can. Maybe even here start to divvy this up into some separate sections here. Like we do. That just again makes those look a little bit more interesting. Take that panel that way, and then one down there. We need some more panel lines over here. That certainly needs some. Let's break this down into some more smaller shapes too. That up there, again, some type of an array. Come on. Alright, there we are. Okay, with the idea that that just doesn't look like now a box or something that's just sitting up there. There's actually something maybe to it besides just it being a box. Okay, we got those, and here, let me do a little something. One more shape up there, and now this needs to also be broken up here. Get into some individual shapes. That is kind of like what we have over here. Now that's up here. So again, we don't have those kind of like wide open surfaces before, which again, that kind of that shrinks your ship a little bit. We're trying to make it look larger. Even doing these designs now on each of these plates here. Yeah, maybe it takes away from the feather appearance. And again, more like some kind of metal. Now we want to take our destroyer here. Let's do this guy. The same thing. We're going to start to break this down. Get some of these panel lines happening here. And then for sure, then I know the next thing we have to do is our cabin light, so that lighter yellow. And just a few select places, and again, that will really convey the idea that, okay, there's multiple decks here. That's what those little lights really do. I mean, that's why that's why people try to put little lights on their model starships and such now, is that it makes them look that much larger. Take this down. There. Connects to that. That shape comes up to here. And break that up here too. And of course, if we wanted to take, we could go even smaller with these plates. If we really wanted to convey an even larger scale for all of our ships, or even our smaller ships, we'll get that much more detail, of course, on these panel lines here. Taking this, now I'm going to go this way with some of the panel lines. And then we can start to break down some smaller shapes here out of this. And of course, if every one of our ships has this, it's another one of those design continuity features. And that helps these ships look like they all belong to the same same fleet or whatever. Then we might also think about maybe some kind of final highlights where we really say, okay, we really want to see a nice, very bright highlight here or whatever. So up here, I'm going to try and do a couple more panel lines up here. One that comes up and over like that. Perhaps even, just a little flavor of some down here. And nothing super crazy. Up here some more. Again, gonna almost have some of these smaller ones here. Not super giant. Maybe even break that down into a couple of smaller sections. Again, that just overall starts to make the ship seem bigger. Find another panel line there. We need some here as well. And it's a little sideways. Whoop, no, it goes. Okay, there we are. Okay, so now that also has its panel lines for now. And, whoops, this one here. So I'm going to try to do some of the engine stuff there too. But first, let me get maybe some minor panel lines that happen out here. And then we're going to really try to get some of our nice little highlights on the, again, these tanks here. This is a tanker slash refinery ship, whatever you want to call it. And more of these panel lines out here on these surfaces, because it's the only kind of flat ones that we have to work with to create this sort of texture. Can break that down into some smaller angles. This will probably be, now that I've got these, maybe not tomorrow, but I think Wednesday there will be a Instagram post. Because again, we had a whole bunch of these ready. I just did a tutorial video, a two-part series on that. Two-part series showing, again, how to paint what we're doing right here on stream. And also it dives into kind of the lore or whatever of that species too. I think you can, I can see some of the, this is a middle tone at best, possibly even a dark middle tone that we're putting on here right now. You'll see when we put the later stuff on there. Oh, you're gonna notice it. You will definitely notice that. And actually, here, let me also take some of our dark here and just like we did on the other ones, get rid of this green stuff. I'll be hitting this with the blackest black that was at the Darth Max from Green Stuff World. And that really does make stuff like this just maybe not totally invisible, but pretty close to it. And that really does, that stuff works so much better than some of the other stuff that I tried, like the Stuart Simple stuff. The Stuart Simple stuff, it's first of all, it's way more fragile than the Max Darth. You have to like thin that down, put it in a whole bunch of coats. The Max Darth stuff goes on just much easier, and I think ultimately in it's going to be way cheaper because you don't need to use as much of it. And the durability issue, that's kind of a big deal. Because the blackest black stuff, I've had to repaint it on there many times on stuff. That's not terribly convenient, as in at all. Okay, we're gonna keep trying to break this down. Now that we've been doing this, what, 4 hours ish? Some of our colors getting a little bit coagulated on the palette there. And again, that's not an unusual thing for the alkyds, because they don't just dry faster, they also set faster. And that's what makes it, that's one reason why I used them here, because I wanted to get to things like our panel lines and some of these other aspects that the paint at least needs to be set when you go to do this stuff. Maybe not 100% dry, but if it's not at least set to some degree, it makes it much more difficult. You really have to play the consistency game, as in, well, do you have, how much thinner do you have in there in relation to how much, what's the consistency of the paint on the surface? I think we should probably go a little late. Oh, yeah, here, let's get some stuff on these. We have nothing happening right here. Let's get a little something on these two. We have a whole lot of nothing right here. I think you can see it too. If I tilt this enough, I think you can see it. I'm going to try some of this greenish color here. Hopefully not. Ooh, that is on the cusp of too much thinner. Ooh, that is real close. That was the tiniest bit more thinner to that. That would almost turn into a pin line wash. Real close to that. And that would not have been what I wanted for sure. Hopefully this is a little bit less. Oh, no problem there, Camda. Now, Camda, is it going to still be another, say, 3-4 hours or so before you try to start doing some streaming there? Here we go. Yeah, look, Canada, these ships right here, I did not expect to really get quite so much of a kick out of doing these things. I mean, I know it would be fun, but boy, these have really been quite the kick to do. I mean, really, really, really fun. Mostly, again, part of it is it's again a universe that I've wanted to do this for decades. There's that. Then there's the I can remember having discussions with some of my other friends that we did the starship stuff together, designing the starships, and we always wanted things that were either asymmetrical or we were always trying to do like different designs that you didn't always just see all the time. And it's really wild that again, a friend of mine that we did the starship stuff, he actually was publishing books too, like at the same time I was with my publications, and he's going back and he's like revisiting all that stuff, kind of like the way I am, and he's just having a lot of fun with it, Camda. And it was all right around that same time period in the mid '90s there. And much like for me, the technology did not exist to do what he wanted to either. Oh, look at this! Look at this! See how that's the lighter this gets up here when we really hit our lighter stuff up there. That's really going to get a nice bit of reflected light on it too. Where are we at? This, yeah. So you could see this is that cooler bluish gray we were talking about, right? We kind of established the possibility for it. We're gonna put some more of that bluish green on here, and maybe some of these plates as well. Maybe get a little fish in a little bit more of this right here, just for the heck of it. There, okay. And then we got all of this machinery in here that we want to try and get some light on that. Or at least some lighter mid-tone. Same deal. Oh, no, not quite like that. Okay, back to this again. We move these out of the way. So I think I was working on again some things like refinery ships, repair ships for the Earth Force. Now, just so that I could kind of print those up instead of having okay, I gotta manufacture like uh, designs for all of them piece by piece. This was so I could at least maybe by next this coming Monday we're gonna do the rest of our series ships, but the who knows, might even again on my birthday stream might be doing some of the Terraforce ships. Okay. All right. What's happening here? Now let's really jump into some of our lighter stuff here. Start breaking down this again. This is the fast matte white here also. There. Oh, here it is. It's like, nope, that's not the thing I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for here. Nope, let me break this down some more. Actually, I think I might even be using the wrong one. There we go, okay. It's like, wait a minute. Guess it would have been easier if I was using this one for all of our piano lines. That's okay. And now here is, again, this is that really light stuff that I want to get up here so that starts to look a little bit more like reflected light. Alright, this side now. We get that piece. We're kind of missing that. Okay, now we got it. Up and over we go. Got more of it to do here. And then we'll try and engineer a little bit of this down in these spaces here. Not too much, but a little something in here. There, okay. Got these guys now. Just like we did on the starboard side. Our lightest engine glow. Now we'll wait on the. I was going to do even a little bit more light. Now we'll wait on that for a sec here. There, and well, these gotta get. These need to get lighter here too. Ooh, we never did. Okay, let's go back. Let's reverse course a bit here. I thought we had gotten all of this sort of light. Let's do that now. And that just kind of represents some reflected light, some reflected whatever there. Over on this side we go. I will probably come back with some of my darker lines there too. Extend that a little more, and then let me do something like what we did on our other ships on these bits here. Kind of again keeps some elements kind of consistent, maybe from one design to the next. Boy, that one's just not cooperating there. I need this darker stuff over here too. Some of the light lines got a little thicker than we wanted. So cut some of that away here. We're going with this essentially a black and brown mix together. They have that panel line come this way maybe. Oh, because we already did that on that side. Now let me start to really jump into it. So we got this lighter stuff sitting here, and our yellow down over here. Start breaking this down, and then again maybe catch some more of our lights up here. Then we want to get to those interior cabin lights after we kind of complete what we're doing on this tanker here. We want to get to those cabin lights. I might even break out a little bit of the Indian yellow from Williamsburg because, well, there's no way I would be touching that. So if that's something that is, and there's so little of it, okay, if that takes longer to dry, no big deal because there's very little chance of me coming into actual contact with it. watching some of our later stuff over here again on the top of our ship. This is or maybe grab a little bit more of the Terra Rosa, so a little bit more towards the red there. Okay, we'll do that. Still not light enough. Ooh, now we're getting there. Now we're talking. Yeah. If I can get the top edge, look at this. It's not just the fact that these top edges are lighter. That's kind of a reddish color highlighting a surface that's mostly got turquoise on it. So we're kind of doing a little, it's not just a light versus dark contrast. We got a full-on temperature contrast, color contrast, all kinds of contrast happening there. Just again on our little teensy tiny ship here. Lots of contrast. And that's what hopefully again makes this look like a more sizable piece here than just okay, it's a little teeny tiny ship. We certainly do this on our if we're doing this on our 1800 scale World War II ships, why wouldn't we do it here too? Because you've got to figure this tanker right here, if it was an actual ship, would be many hundreds of feet long. If it's supposed to be, I mean, when you see even images of the even post-World War II task forces at sea, I remember when, yeah, it was, Enterprise, right? Nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. There was a tanker slash cargo ship that was, it was bigger than all of the other support ships. The only ship that was bigger than this tanker slash cargo ship was the aircraft carrier. Everything else was smaller than that. So that tanker slash support ship there had to be at least about 600 feet long. And that ostensibly has no weapons on it whatsoever. That's how important those type of ships are for seaborne operations of any kind. This making a change to lighten that up much better. To the ends of these here, getting these lighter aspects that we've been doing all along. On all of our ships here. Again, sorry about the voice there. Was trying to record stuff before the stream. Also had to talk to a bunch of people today around the neighborhood, so voice got used way more than I thought it was going to today. The other, this side really should be more along the lines of our greens here. I'm seeing. Might even take out some of that. And we might come back and redo some of those here. I'm thinking actually darker green. We got a lot of lighter stuff. So let me take that. Some of that's a little too dark. Here, let's retreat slightly to this. And also gotta get a drop of thinner on that. Break this down some more. that. This is almost going to be a bit of a pin line wash over here. Let me try to break down some of our fluorescent green, some of our phthalo green. To the lighter version of this, we're going to go now. We need some of that up here. And a little bit over on these edges here too of that very wide engine cowling there. I mean, even today, some of the largest ships out there are not warships. They're cruise ships, tanker ships, cargo ships. I believe some of those are actually larger than the largest aircraft carriers even. Now, difference being they move at a glacial pace by comparison. Now, those are not designed for. Okay, here's a 1,100 foot long, 100,000 ton ship that we're going to push along at 35 knots. This is more like here's a giant ship that will move at like 18 knots. And that's a whole different ball of wax right there. And that's what each of the species and sets of ships here in our universe is going to also have to deal with is trade-offs. Well, if you're going to have more of this, you're going to have less of that. So on, so forth. And it's funny because this was one of the ships that really intrigued me when I was working on all of the ships from this faction, this fleet. I mean, yeah, the warships, always kind of fun, always neat. But I mean, there's a bunch of my ships there basically have, for all intents and purposes, operational cranes on them. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of things like tractor beams, and there's no transporters, none of that in this universe here. There's no miracle tech. There's no replicators, none of that stuff. To the cabin lights we go. Now, let's talk about let's see if I can find said Williamsburg yellow here. Not seeing it there. I got the brand new tube of it somewhere, but I was kind of hoping to dig up the old beat up one. There it is. That was hiding. Just throw that down here. I do not need much of it. A little tiny bit of this stuff. Wow, that goes a very long way. Even that might actually be way more than I wanted. Breaking this all down. And now, here's where those are going to go. And you can see it's we're not doing a straight line, right? We're breaking that up. Was hoping to get some of that in here. Nope, that is still a big old chunk of paint on the end of that brush. We gotta break that down some more. Okay, we did it. And then more of that over here. I mean, I was even putting these on my old line drawings back in the day, because again, that would connotate size. Because what does the whole row of windows suggest? It suggests that there's a deck there. And your brain says, well, I think I know, at least on average, what the height of a deck would be. And if there's, 5 lines worth of ship lights, now you basically say, okay, that's like the height of a 5-story building. So again, another way to again create a sense of scale with the teensy tiny ships. Some of our lights out here. Did we do that on this side? Yeah, a little. We had some here, just like we did on our carrier. I'm going to try and get another row of our lights there. So again, the mind's eye says, well, okay, there's a couple of rows of lights there, so that's got to be at least a couple of decks. Yeah, Camden, that's going to be, that's the stuff where it's like, talk about modules. I mean, very much module based, and I think the it's going to be a color scheme unlike anything we've done, Camden. Yeah, it's not gonna be like anything we've done color scheme wise. Where are we at? Here it is. And I think I sent you that piece on the sacred tools, right? That basically their ethos. They have a spoken word piece too there, Camda, and they have their own hero. Well, of course they have their new hero, Buck Polaris, right? Yeah, the Muskins have their new hero. Or is it Earl? It could be Earl. There we are. Some of our light there. More cabin lights over here. Because again, I've never done any ships like it there, Camda. I don't want to say they're glorified container ships, but they're glorified container ships. And obviously, all of the BFG stuff that I've done, well, is more like fancy schmancy, like this, right? Or Battlestar Galactica, where it's just a really giant ship with markings on it and such. So again, we've got our couple of things of our lights. I'm going to get some of those on this side here. If I can get a couple of... No, I've got a little sideways. Oh, well, look here. We'll just get rid of them. Try it again, and that's already working out a whole lot better. Alright, now thing on this side. First row of lights, second row of lights there. There. Now some of the other ships I get, they're not really going to have the color of them is not really part of the theme. It's the shape. The shape will be dramatically different. Then again, what we see on some of these ships, and by dramatically different, I mean holy smokes different. About as different as you could possibly imagine. Because again, it's whatever world they came from. You know, what's the conditions like in their system? Much like ships, again, ships, even not just of today, but ships are always built. What can you build? What do you have the stuff to build? Do you have the stuff, those slipways I was talking about? And then, okay, what's the purpose of said ships? Is the purpose coastal defense? Is it to patrol a giant ocean? Do you just need to dominate the Mediterranean? Or just some kind of inland sea? What is the purpose of your ships? What's that navy supposed to do? And what I tried to do again was to make sure that all of our different fleets, well, there was a reason why they had certain ships and why they were kind of constructed that way. Not just, and that was what the thing that GPT said there too was that when I asked about it, mostly it's just, okay, here's a cool ship. Well, oh geez, now I gotta find it. I gotta give it a name and I gotta come up with some kind of reason why it looks this way. This was very much the opposite of, well, okay, here's the situation. This is what they would have their ships for. Now let's make ships that actually match the purpose and the civilization. Again, what their abilities are, their capabilities in terms of industry and such. And this is why that Battle of Balana 5 that I mentioned earlier, they weren't just targeting any old planet. They were trying to target a planet that had major industry on it. It wasn't. Well, that's right. They thought the humans thought that they were going after the Beltane shipyards because that seemed like the most logical target to them. And the Seri kind of pulled off a little bit of the Ghost Army, like you had in the lead up to Normandy, where they even appointed a fake commander and made it look like, okay, this is where we're going. And instead of targeting the fleet yards, they targeted the industry that made the parts that went to the fleet yards. And again, that's what basically pretty much every kind of game is missing. It's more just like, okay, let's just have ships that have no real reason for looking the way they do, just like run into each other. Also, too, with this game, again, like I said, diplomacy is a big portion of it. Because one of the more recent wars essentially started because there was you could say, a little bit of a false flag operation by the Jolerans there that actually got the Chetsok and the Terrans to fight each other. They were able to pull off a little bit of a deception. Now here we're actually putting some of our blue in here because that's in also some of our other ship. This is that ultramarine blue, like a dingy grayish violet here. And again, that's going to make some of these areas a little bit more interesting than they otherwise would be. It's almost a bit of a pinline wash. It's pretty close to that. Pretty darn close. Maybe working a little bit more of that here. Again, that's we've got red, green, blue, yellow, all kinds of different colors in chips that kind of look like they are brass or bronze. Either way. Where we at again? I'm going to continue with some of this bluish gray here. I'm going to get that on some of this because this is missing a little bit of action here. Then we'll get some lighter stuff on that too. Okay, well, I guess that'll be good enough here. Let's just use this. We'll start breaking down this little bit of what's left of our white here. Getting maybe some of the blue in there to create that sort of grayish tone. I might still try to darken this up a little bit too, but hopefully you can see what I'm doing here. I think you can. Blend that a little more. Okay, to this side we go. Extend that light into here a little bit more. Perhaps even let that get a little bit lighter in there too. Yeah, it came to and I wasn't really getting that these ships here, I'm going to try and again print them out this way instead of this way. So the instinct, right, Camda, is always to print them this way. Like the BFG ships were printed that way. The ones that I did for Army Painting Series 47 also were printed that way. And I'm starting to wonder, Camda, if maybe all this time I should have printed them this other way. So again, we'll see kind of how this works out. So much, again, so much more experimentation to be done. Did I get, no, we're gonna get some more light on the end of this. Oh, and here, these have nothing on them. It's like, wait a minute, there's nothing on those. Let me try to lighten up the side of this too, just a smidge more maybe. And then we gotta definitely get some more stuff on this. We have not a whole lot here. Hey there, Nurgle Matthew, how you doing? Okay, I want to say that I don't know if you could call it a breakthrough, but the Saturn there was I've been able to now get a few. Let's see, it's been my the Bridget bust and now the Danube bust. I'll send you pictures of it, but I may have at least that resin. I might have figured out that resin and the Saturn. I don't know yet for sure. That's also been another ongoing struggle this entire time, right? Is this just trying to fight through with that Saturn? So great to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. Now, Nurgle Matthew, I was saying that if I can, on the Thursday stream, want to try and do maybe a painting of the Seri homeworld or something like that. But it might be we might have to stream that on Friday. It kind of depends. We'll see how things hash out there. Let me see here. Not that. Okay, I'm not going to even bother putting more weight. Actually, oh geez, Camden, we're getting kind of close to Cinco Quattro here. I just looked up. It's not that far away. Yeah, I'll lighten you up too. So hopefully everything is going as well as possible there. Nurgle Matthew. Again, I still got to figure out. So did San Antonio make that a series, or is New York on the verge of winning that first championship in 53 years? Yeah, there was about 7.5 minutes left or so in the fourth quarter when I had to start doing the streaming stuff. Where are we at here again? This is kind of a somewhat, again, lighter yellowish, kind of almost like a semi-grayish color here. Not too much there. Not go too bonkers with that. I would like to get. No, that is too late. I will back off of that. This is what we need. Well, even that is relatively light. See you later, Incarnes. Incarnes, why don't you post your stuff one more time? Yeah, post your stuff one more time there, Incarnes. So yeah, Nurgle Matthew, we were able to finish off the series on our Seri carrier. And again, this scene right down here, that's probably again what I would try to paint there on our stream. And again, that would be it's gonna be either Thursday, Friday. We'll kind of see how things play out. Part of it is, there's kind of some birthday stuff. That's why tomorrow, well, later today, some siblings are gonna be grabbing me there because they have to do it a little bit earlier than they planned because there's that wedding out of town that they've got to go to right around that time. Let me do this. A couple of bases we're going to fix up here. So everybody check out the Instagram link that Nganes will share. Give Nganes a follow. And here's hoping, Nganes, that things just keeps looking better and better and better for you to be able to do get back to the streaming stuff again. Now what I'm also going to do here is I'm going to maybe take one of our brushes like this. Take this kind of greenish color here, and now we need to start doing some stuff on the sides of these. Actually, these are the first bases that haven't been 90 millimeter. That's right. I haven't done any 60s yet, much less the 30s. So again, just hitting this a little lighter here. Whatever. Not too light.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gobjob.
Thank you so much there, Shemos, for the follow. So you don't really know go out here, do you? It's like, oh yeah, that's the dude that's looking for you. It's like, why does everybody know him, and why does everybody always say he's looking for me? Gwa here is still not very happy with Gandalf. What are we gonna? We had half of a Gandalf 6 earlier. We had 2/3 of a Gandalf, so we're getting closer. We're getting closer and closer to that full-on 6. Thank you so much for the follow there, Shamus. Appreciate that. A little more of this. All right, I think we got one more that we haven't done this on, and then we might also then try to go a little later in some of the corners here. Now again, the bases were printed in FDM, the ships themselves printed in resin. It's weird, Cam, there for the longest time, I kept looking at just the 3 ships that we did. Now all of a sudden, there's 7 painted ships. There's 8. We went from 3 to 8 almost like overnight here. And again, there's tons more that have been prepped. Some of the smallest ships here. And again, the Skyclaw transport is the very same ship that you see here. So on the side of this, a larger troop transport. Think of that almost like an LST or something. And then these Skyclaws, they detach from that ship. And I'm fairly certain, again, that you don't see a whole lot of that design in a lot of fleets today. It pretty much goes, try to make an interesting design and then come up with something after the fact. And, well, this was supposed to be very much the opposite. It was, we have this society, this civilization, what would their ships look like? And that has been really fun. I mean, I knew it would be. I knew that would be kind of fun to do. I didn't think it would be this fun. It's a ton of work because, again, not just working on one civ. You have to work on the whole universe at the same time. And even, well, Earth is not Earth. There's New Terra and there is Earth. So it's essentially a society split between 2 worlds. And sometimes that leads to a little bit of friction. Now, one of the crew members, well, each crew member on the Compass Rose is from these different, what would you say, necessarily factions, but different species, get different sensibilities. Let me just hear a little bit more over the top of that. Okay. Try this again. Here. A little bit over the top of that. No, we're just 4 minutes away now, Camden. We'll have ourselves a Cinco. We didn't get the Cinco trace. We'll get the Cinco Quattro treatment there. Again, not that that matters any more than Cinco trace. doesn't matter. Be able to do a little bit of blending there. Catch a little bit more on the end of that. There we go. So if you wonder why you're seeing some layered lines on the bases here, again, these were printed out in FDM. Let me get a little bit of light there. Now I can see over here. I want to get rid of some of the spatter stars here super quick while I just got this. And also, again, some of the green stuff that's there. So when I do the other species of ships, I'm going to try and have the same little post thing that's there. I'm going to try and stick that on the bottom of the ships. Now, that may not be possible, especially on the smaller ships, so we'll see how that goes. Okay, now is there... I think we've... no, this one might need that... no, we kind of already did that too on here. I mean, that's ultimately going to get a hit with the blackest black anyways, so it won't make much of a difference there. Do I have my... let me use... let me maybe go with this here. That's got to be as light as we can go on these things. Again, the idea with these is this kind of indicates the bearing and heading of the ship itself. And then the other, those open spaces you see, those black areas there, that is so that you can put some kind of ship identification and also task force identification. So trying to trying to think about the game system, kind of at all points there. Maybe lighten you up there too. Okay. Little light along that edge too. Hit this one. Same edge over here. Okay, let's move on to our next ship over here. Is this our destroyer? Yeah. Either destroyer, corvette. Again, we have to kind of... There's even a couple of designs for the Seri that I haven't even printed out yet. I just didn't want to have like a million cruiser designs or something like that. Might also depend too. Okay, this design is way easier to print than this other design. Well, okay, maybe we start just using that one. So that's why we're not like saying, oh, here's a whole fleet, go start printing them out. Because those fleets, they're also changing. Actually, there's that is hot glue right there. Let me get rid of that. Not sure how that got on there. Just a little string of it there. Ah, there we are. And this also needs that edges of the hex base here. And I was even hoping that even the shape of the bases would be, again, different than most of the games that are out there, which tend to be on the round bases. Let me do this one here. There it is, Cinco Cuatro there, Camja. So I was hoping that we could nab that one. There it is. Even better than Cinco Trace, right? I don't know why it's better, but I guess it is. Cause it's cinco cuatro, right, Camda? And again, 4 ships. Well, it's even more. Oh, that's why it's appropriate, Camda. That's why it's appropriate, because we did 4 ships. 4 ships, 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds. That's why it's so important. Yes, it's crucial. Otherwise, well, geez, how are we going to do our 4 ships if we didn't have 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds? Can do it a little bit of a cleanup type stuff here on our bases, such as it is. Here, let's get this guy now. Like a so. Did we do this? Sort of, kind of. Sort of, kind of. Hit this now. A little more. Now with this kind of almost like a yellowish gray. And we didn't. Okay, there's an inch that we didn't get the first time around. Ah, some over like right along this edge here. Ah, I didn't get this one. I thought I had already done that edge, but I guess not. Alright. Okay, fine. But I do think, actually, I'm going to have to, I think I'm going to actually have to vamoose here because, wow, it's 4:30 and, well, they're going to be heading over this way soon enough and we got a whole bunch of stuff to do. So how's about we say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing those moderations there. We certainly appreciate that. And of course, we appreciate all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. And, well, we had some raids. We had raids by the Zhang, of course. And, of course, thanks for hanging out there, Camden. And here's, again, hoping that you have a blast on that stream. You're able to get a bunch of stuff done, too. Now I want to also maybe we zoom out a little bit here so we can see some more of our ships here. Let's do that too. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit so we can see these guys. Okay, there we go. So here's our little batch of ships, and again these looked like this about 5 hours ago. That's what they looked like. We did, of course, the spacescapes to begin with. All right, the spacescapes, and then got more of our colors in there. Of course, some engine glow, panel lines, all that good stuff. And then, of course, our lights too, our little interior lights. So this is getting to be quite the fleet here. Let me compare this to. I don't know, I think they go along pretty well together, right, Camden, for sure. So again, thanks everybody, appreciate that. We're gonna get a raid countdown started here. Over to Brushmaster. I haven't raided Brushmaster in a long time. So let's do that. So thanks again, everybody. I really appreciate that. And this, boy, this is super fun, Camden. Absolutely having a blast doing these. So thanks again, everybody. And I will see you hopefully on either Thursday or Friday.